So there I was, 20 meters up a tree in a world that had never heard of me, with a 4-meter panther's whiskers touching my face and its breath going down my collar. And the panther said out loud, in words, "Can you let go of the vine? I can't carry you down like this." Guess which part of that sentence broke me? Let me back up about 10 minutes, to the brick. Because that's the whole origin story. A man was walking down a street, and a flying brick hit him in the head. That's it. No truck, no portal, no dying wish. A brick. And anyone who gets brained by a flying brick on an ordinary street would be furious. And he was, right up until he opened his eyes and did not find a hospital ceiling. You found a branch as thick as a bucket, 20 meters up, with leaves overhead so dense he couldn't see the sky. And around him, trees so tall that the primeval forest he'd seen on TV looked like a small grove by comparison. So he did what you'd do. You clung to that branch and didn't move an inch, and shook. Because 20 meters is a fall you don't walk away from. 20 meters is dead, or permanently broken. Is anyone there? Is anyone home? Swish, 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 and the birds came off the branches. And he turned to look at them, and his eyes went wide. Because those aren't birds. Or, they are. They're just enormous. Not one of them matches anything in his memory. Every one of them is bigger than any raptor he's ever seen, and they look like they could pick him up without slowing down. Sharp claws, beaks like scimitars, and there is no doubt whatsoever, if those things decide to attack him, he is in serious trouble. So he shrank against the trunk and pulled the leaves and branches over himself, and made a decision. No more shouting. Because among the things he just startled, several looked entirely capable of handling him. And if you shout a few more times and fail to scare off the wildlife, and instead attract something even more powerful to come have a buffet, then you'll really have nowhere to cry. 30 seconds in, and the man has already learned the first rule of this world. Noise is an advertisement. So he pursed his lips and propped himself against the trunk and sat on a branch and forced himself to be calm, and worked the problem. Hit by a brick, woke up in a tree, not a hospital, not my bed. What exactly happened? It can't be a prank, can it? This isn't funny at all. And he looked at the impossible trees and the birds that look nothing like anything from Earth. And, being a young man who spends a lot of time online and has read a great many time travel novels, this must be time travel. And he tried to find a bit of humor in it. Then he touched his forehead. No wound, not a mark, not even discomfort. And that's abnormal, because a brick hit him square in the forehead. There is no version of events where that leaves nothing. So he closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. It really is time travel, isn't it? That's the confirmation. Not the trees, not the birds, the absence of the injury. The proof that he's somewhere else is that the wound didn't come with him. Fine, 20 meters up, nobody coming. Rely on yourself. So he carefully turned himself around to face the trunk, which is thick and uneven, with many vines as thick as a wrist hanging down it. And looking up, the tree is unexpectedly tall, layers of leaves obscuring the top, which means he's on one of the lower branches. Then he grabbed a vine and rubbed it hard against a sharp protrusion to test it, and it barely scratched, very resilient, no tearing at all. So he swallowed hard and picked the thickest, sturdiest one, confirmed the length, confirmed it reaches a height he could survive landing from, and started, very carefully, to move down the branch with one hand around the vine. You hasn't been in this world 10 minutes. You tested his rope, you measured the drop, you picked his landing, and before he got far, the leaves beneath him started to rustle. What is that? And he froze and stared down, and through the gaps he could just make out a black shape moving fast, upward, toward him, and then it was very close. And the leaves pushed apart, and an enormous black beast's head came into view. Ah! Pupils blown. And with a sudden burst of strength, he grabbed that vine and started climbing, instinctively, upward, to put distance between himself and it, completely forgetting he's tens of meters in the air. And then his body went into shadow, because its claws sank into the tree trunk on either side of him, and its hot breath moved the hair on the back of his neck and slid down his collar. There is nowhere to go. Am I going to die immediately after transmigrating? And he whirled around to look at it. What on earth is that? A black panther. And the head keeps coming closer, and the breath is hitting his face, and he can feel the whiskers pricking his skin. And every pore in his body is screaming, "Run!" And there is nowhere to run. So Lin Jinyuan closed his eyes and waited to die. And the tearing pain he was imagining did not arrive, and the beast didn't leave. Instead, it sniffed near his neck, And then he felt something tug his collar. Not a bite, a tug. And the force wasn't much, but it was enough to make him lose his grip on the trunk, so he opened his eyes and struggled on instinct and got completely tangled in the vines. "Can you let go of the vines? I can't pick you up and take you down like this." A clear, energetic voice. Somebody young. Somebody's there. And his eyes lit up, and he looked toward the sound and met the eyes of the Black Panther, which had come closer. And his hand shook and he nearly fell off the tree, and the panther put a front paw underneath him to catch him. You nearly died of the rescue, and with that paw under his feet he steadied himself and stared at it. "Hey, are you listening to me?" And the panther's mouth opened and closed, and the voice he'd just heard came out of it, and Lin Jinyuan's lips moved. "It's a monster." "A monster? What is that?" And it tilted its head, eerie green eyes showing a hint of doubt. And miraculously, Lin Jinyuan understood the expression, and since it can talk, since it can communicate, the fear just went. Compared to an irrational beast that hunts on pure instinct, at least there's a chance to struggle, right? That's his logic, and I want it on record. It's 4 meters tall, it has my collar in its teeth, and it's confused about the word monster. Therefore, we can negotiate. And before he could work out how to talk to it, it spoke again. "Can you let go? I'll help you down. This height is too dangerous for you." And when he didn't react, it bounced him gently with the paw under his feet. So he snapped out of it, pursed his lips, made up his mind, and nodded sharply. "Whatever else, go down first. Then I'll leave it to you." And with permission granted, the panther nudged him around with its nose, and he felt his collar lift. And a low growl came from its throat behind him, signaling, "Let go." So he steeled himself and released the vine completely. And the wind came past his ears, and his body hung in the air, bouncing as the panther went down the tree. Fast. And on the ground it set him down. And the moment his feet touched the earth, tears came up in his eyes. 20 meters. 2 minutes. 1 decision. You trusted a talking predator with his collar in its mouth, because the alternative was a branch and a vine and nobody coming. Which tribe's subbeast are you? What are you doing alone in the forest? Where are your tribe's orcs? 3 questions, and he's completely stumped. Tribe? Orcs? Subbeasts? What are these? Do orcs never become slaves? And when he didn't answer, the panther leaned closer, and he stepped back fast. Because they can communicate, sure. You still can't get used to something that big getting that close. I don't have a tribe, and I don't know why I'm alone in the forest. And now, look at what he's looking at. It's sitting upright in front of him, thick long tail on the ground, tip swaying slightly. And based on his experience virtually raising cats, the panther seems to be in a good mood. Completely black, not a blemish. Unlike every black panther he's ever seen, which, up close, always shows shades and spots. This one is seamless, like the finest black silk. 4 meters tall, sitting down, and the sunlight lands on it like it's bathing the thing in gold. And the eyes are ghostly green, with a faint light moving in them now and then. And being looked at by those eyes feels like being locked on. Chills down the spine. Fear. And it squints in the sun, and swishes its tail, and looks like a harmless big black cat. And Lin Jinyuan knows better, because of the gleaming claws hidden in the paw pads, the strong muscles under the fur, the sharp teeth that peek out when it talks. Every one of those things is announcing the same fact. This is a formidable fighter, and it's happy to see him. No tribe? And its voice went surprised. And then, as if it had thought of something, its gaze toward Lin Jinyuan suddenly turned to pity. "My name is Jiao. What's yours?" And it lowered its head, as if afraid of startling him, and even its voice got much gentler. "My name is Lin Jinyuan." Yu doesn't understand why the expression changed. And it's good for him. That's his read. Whatever just happened in that animal's head, it's in my favor. A name with 3 syllables? That's a bit strange. But would you like to join my tribe? And Jiao looked at him seriously. Our tribe is excellent. The orcs are very strong. There aren't many sub-beasts, and they're all very friendly. Their gathering skills are quite impressive. If you join, you can go with the gathering team. We'd all be your people. You'd have a new tribe, a new home. And when he talked about his tribe, Jiao's voice rose slightly, and his tail tip swished more joyfully. because he loves his tribe very much, and he's very proud of it. 90 seconds. You found a stranger in a tree, decided the stranger had no people, and offered him a family, and then pitched it, like a man showing off his hometown. The gathering skills are quite impressive. And Lin Jinyuan was completely confused, and it didn't stop him sensing the goodwill. Orcs? Orc tribes? Orcs know what they are, but what's a sub-beast? Judging by the implication, they've categorized me as one, and he didn't dare ask. What if I get burned to death as an alien? The word tribe sounds primitive. Can I go check it out first? I don't have a tribe, and he deliberately lowered his head before finishing the sentence, so Jiao wouldn't see his face, because he saw that pity when he said he had no tribe. You heard the voice change. You probably think something bad happened to me, and he clenched his fist slightly. I'm in another world. I have no idea what's going on. My most urgent task is to survive. And he forced down the guilt of deceiving him. Well, it isn't exactly deception. Some bad things did happen to me, like being hit by a brick for no reason and being transported to another world. Used manipulating a 4-meter apex predator by looking sad, and it's working, and he feels guilty about it. And he's doing it anyway, because he wants to live. That's the deal he just made with himself, 10 minutes into a new world, and I want you to remember it, because everything that happens from here is going to test it. And seeing him like that, Jiao felt even more sorry for him, and stood up, looking at him helplessly, wanting to comfort him and not knowing how. And after spinning around in place for a while, he could only ask, blankly, the question orcs always ask when trying to soothe a sub-beast. Are you hungry? I'll go find you something to eat. Gurgle, and Jiao's voice and the sound of that stomach arrived at the same moment. And Lin Jinyuan scratched his head, awkward. I was pretending to be pitiful, and then I got actually hungry and made a noise about it, which, admittedly, makes me look even more pitiful. And his face went slightly red anyway. Are you hungry? That's the reflex. That's what these people default to when they see someone sad and don't know what to do. Not who hurt you. Not prove you're not lying. Have you eaten? I'll take you somewhere safe first. Stay there and don't move until I'm back from hunting. And as the panther prepared to pick him up again, Lin Jinyuan stepped back fast and waved his hands. Can you stop biting my collar? It's so uncomfortable having it stuck around my neck. Because Jiao is very friendly, but it's their first meeting, and he doesn't dare suggest sitting on the guy's back. And on the way down that tree, with the collar in the teeth, he genuinely felt like he was suffocating. And Jiao tilted his head, looking even more like a harmless big cat, and showed no impatience at all. Then how am I supposed to take you? You can't keep up with my speed. So Lin Jinyuan looked around, and looked down at himself, and tugged at his own clothes, and finally chose to pull up the back of his shirt, near the waist, and turned around. Can I carry it here? And Jiao nuzzled his hand until he let go, and the clothes lifted, and he went into the air, and he tested it carefully. Still not comfortable, enormously better than the collar. You just redesigned the carrying handle on a panther, by negotiation, in his first conversation. And once Jiao watched him get settled, he let out a low growl. And Lin Jinyuan understood. We're leaving. I'm ready. And he went out like lightning. And the trees moved backwards so fast, they were just blur. And bouncing on every stride, chest and abdomen taking the full force of the landing, his stomach churned, and he clamped both hands over his mouth, terrified he was about to vomit. Fortunately, Jiao is fast. 10 minutes and they arrived, and Jiao set him down. Vomit! And he couldn't hold it any longer and bent over and retched. Are you all right? And his reaction startled Jiao, who panicked and circled him anxiously, raising and lowering his enormous paws, not knowing what to do with them. 4 meters of apex predator, doing a distressed little dance, because the small one made a noise. And Lin Jinyuan bent over with his eyes closed, adjusting, and waved at the anxious giant. It's all right. I'll be fine in a minute. I'll stay here, right? Because in front of him is a cave mouth, about 3 meters high, surrounded by thick vegetation with vines hanging down and completely blocking the entrance. And if Jiao hadn't put him directly in front of it, he'd never have seen it. Yes, this is where our tribe's orcs stay when they go out hunting. There's a lot of orc smell around, and there's nothing dangerous nearby. Stay here. Don't make noise. Don't come out. Get some rest. I'll be back soon. And he raised a paw and gently nudged him inside, because he needs to find prey fast. This sub-beast looks too weak. None of the sub-beasts in the tribe would vomit from being carried. Not even the little ones. That's his diagnosis. The small one threw up from a 10-minute run. Even our children don't do that. Therefore, feed it immediately. And inside, the cave is dark, with only scattered light through the grass, and by that light he can see the whole thing. Much larger than he'd imagined. 5 meters high, 7 or 8 wide, more than 20 meters deep. The innermost part isn't even visible. Clean, no strange smell. And Jiao is still squatting at the entrance, looking down at him. Okay, I'll stay. I won't wander off. And Lin Jinyuan waved and sat down and touched the stone. And the entrance isn't big compared to Jiao, so from inside, he can't see all of him. Just an enormous head pushed into the cave, nodding at him. I'll be back as fast as I can. And then Jiao left, and circled the entrance twice, and left his own scent on it, because the tribe's orcs stop here when they hunt, but nobody's been by in days, and leaving fresh scent makes it safer. Read what that is. You didn't just park the stranger somewhere. You went around the door twice and signed it. Something of mine is in here. That's the entire security system. And out here, it works. And hearing him go, Lin Jinyuan groped his way deeper and hid himself further in. Beep. A suitable living being has been detected nearby. Binding process has begun. Would you like to bind with the system? A cold, mechanical voice. Suddenly, in his mind. What? And he shook his head, thinking he was hallucinating. Ask me what shows up 30 seconds after the Panther leaves. Lin Jinyuan, would you be willing to bind to the tribe upgrade system? What is that? And this time, he's certain it isn't a hallucination. A bound system? Could it be what I'm thinking? A belated cheat code? But why did I get chosen to transmigrate? I was very satisfied with my original life. That's the sentence that tells you who this man is. Every protagonist in every one of those novels he's read got the system and went, finally, my time has come. His reaction is a complaint. I liked my life. Take me off the list. Why did you choose me? Somewhat distraught, because the transmigration was inexplicable. And now there's a strange voice in his head, and he went wary on instinct. I need the truth. Maybe this system is the reason I'm here. And the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. So he said it. What exactly are you? Does my coming to this world have anything to do with you? You are the most suitable candidate for binding in this world. Hierarchical in this world is indeed related to this system. Your death in your original world is unrelated to this system. Impossible. How could I die? I'm perfectly healthy. I was just hit. I couldn't have been killed instantly. And he retorted immediately, fists clenched. And if that system had a body, Lin Jinyuan would have had it by the collar. After you were knocked unconscious and fell to the ground, before you could be moved, a car on the road lost control due to drunk driving and crashed into the sidewalk. And the system's voice was devoid of any emotion. That's how he died, not the brick. The brick just put him on the ground. You was lying on a sidewalk, unconscious, in the 90 seconds before anyone could move him, and a drunk driver came up onto the pavement. You never knew. You never woke up for it. You was already asleep when it happened. And a machine just read it to him like a weather report. And his first reaction was disbelief, and he lowered his head, trembling all over, unable to find a single word to refute it. Lin Jinyuan, would you like to bind to this system? And seeing he didn't speak, it just repeated the question. And he was still processing the news of his own death, and hearing the machine push him, he turned his head away and refused to communicate. Yu's grieving, and it's asking him to sign, because he was the only son, and they always doted on him. If I died, how heartbroken would my parents be when they find out? And he reached up and covered his eyes. Will I never see them again? That's it. That's the wound this whole story is built on. Not power, not revenge, not a golden finger. A young man sitting in the dark of a stranger's cave, working out that somewhere behind him, a phone is about to ring in his parents' house. And in front of him is a pitch-black cave. And the system in his head just keeps asking whether to bind. That's right, the system. It said it brought me here because I was supposed to be dead. And he touched his own intact body. If it can bring me here, it must have a way to take me back. You can take me back, right? I have no interest in time travel or power struggles or being the protagonist. Take me back and you can find a more suitable host. And he got more and more excited as he said it, the idea seeming more feasible with every word, as if going home were right around the corner, waiting only for the machine to nod. Look at what he just offered. Yu's got a cheat system in a world of magic and monsters, the thing every reader of those novels dreams about. Take it back. Give it to somebody who wants it. I want my mum. Binding the tribe. Upgrade system will grant you the ability to travel through the world, once the system reaches its maximum level and you have enough energy. And he was delighted. And then he spotted the flaw and asked, fast, "Then why could you bring me here just now? And didn't it take a long time to reach top level?" The first question cannot be answered. Insufficient permissions. The second question can be answered once you reach top level, at which time you can choose freely. Cold, mechanical, measured, methodical. Insufficient permissions. That thing just told him it has rules it won't explain, and a level of access he doesn't have. It knows why it could yank a dying man across worlds in an instant, and can't send him back the same way. And it isn't telling. So, to go back, I have to bind, and upgrade it. And Lin Jinyuan smiled bitterly. Could I refuse? Just for the chance of going back? I have to bind myself and work to upgrade this thing. So I have no choice but to bind it? Muttering, forcing himself calm, organizing his thoughts. However hard the upgrade is, I can't possibly give up this opportunity. And having figured that out, he stopped worrying. Okay, I'm binding. And the moment he said it, an extremely warm aura enveloped his entire body, and his soul trembled with an unusual comfort. That's not a deal. That's a leash with a photograph on the end of it, and the machine knows exactly what it's holding. Binding successful. Please create or join a tribe as soon as possible. Once the task is completed, the system will officially activate and unlock more features. And a semi-transparent interface appeared. Exploration, identification, warehouse, mall, encyclopedia, people. 6 sections, 2 of them lit. Exploration, range 50 meters. Identification, 3 out of 3 attempts, refreshes every 5 days, and the other 4 are gray. And something felt missing, so he blurted it. System, this isn't right. There's no experience bar. How do you determine when to level up? The tribe upgrade system requires that the development of tribes be based on reality and cannot be judged by experience points. When a tribe reaches a certain size, its population, prosperity, combat strength, and other factors will be comprehensively evaluated. Host, this is not a game. Host, this is not a game. That's the machine putting him in his place inside the first 5 minutes. You asked where the XP bar was, because he's read the novels. You knows the genre. You knows how this is supposed to work. And it told him, the genre doesn't apply here. These are people. That's not up to you. I have no idea what the standard even is. And he frowned. If that's the case, the system can do whatever it wants, and I'd never know the progress at all. The system's original intention is to promote the healthy development of the tribe. The system will release tasks from time to time, evaluate the tribe's development every 4 months, and make suggestions to guide the general direction, so that development doesn't become too extreme. There are 2 reasons for having no progress bar. First, to avoid restricting the host's autonomous development direction. Second, to prevent the host from choosing an easy, singular path in order to level fast, such as resorting to extreme force or maliciously plundering and harming other tribes. Stop. That machine just explained that it hid the scoreboard on purpose, because if he could see the number go up, he'd farm it. And the fastest way to farm a number like that is to go take somebody else's tribe. It knows. It knows exactly what a man does when you show him a bar and tell him to fill it. So it took the bar away. And the system paused, as if it knew what he was worried about, and added, as long as the tribe develops in a positive direction, the system gains energy. When there's enough, it upgrades automatically. This benefits the system. Host, please do not worry that the system will maliciously suppress the level. And he nodded reluctantly, temporarily suppressing his doubts. Because the claims are incredibly enticing, and he's holding his position. You needs to see how it actually behaves. After all, the only road home I know is through this thing. If it's really what it says, I wouldn't mind cooperating. But we'll wait and see after we've spent some time together. Good. That's the correct amount of trust to extend to a voice that told you you were dead and then asked for a signature. And the first task is, create or join a tribe. And he crossed out, create, without a second of thought. I'm completely alone. I can't even transform into a beast yet. Where would I find people to build a tribe with? Jiao is a good candidate. But he has his own tribe. And from what Lin Jinyuan has observed, Jiao is very satisfied with it and has a strong sense of belonging, and doesn't look like somebody you could easily take away. Let's go with Jiao to his tribe first. A tribe that can raise someone like Jiao can't be the kind of place you'd dislike. That's his entire due diligence. You's never seen this tribe. You doesn't know where it is, how many they are, or what they do to strangers. You met one member, and that member found him in a tree and pitied him and offered him a family and went to get him food. And that's the reference check. The place that made him is fine. And the grass rustled at the cave mouth, and Lin Jinyuan went alert. Jiao? Or something else? And he retreated deeper, and the vegetation parted, and Jiao's enormous head came through. I'm back, Meng Jinyuan? And his ears twitched, and he called the name out awkwardly. Because here, orc names are one syllable, and sub-beast names are two, and Lin Jinyuan's three-syllable name makes him a little uncomfortable. Even the name is foreign. You doesn't just look wrong and smell wrong and vomit off a 10-minute run. His name has an extra piece in it, and Jiao is trying very hard to say it right. And Lin Jinyuan let out a breath. Because even with the machine interrupting, he'd spent that whole wait in a state of high tension. Because on the way here, he caught glimpses of beasts that Jiao scared off, and those things are nothing to Jiao, and any single one of them could end Lin Jinyuan. And I stood in that tree shouting, "Is anyone there?" And a wave of fear went through him. I got lucky. It was Jiao that came. It could have been anything. That's the moment he understands what happened to him. You wasn't rescued. You rolled the dice. You advertised a warm body across an entire forest, in a world where the birds could carry him off, and the thing that answered was the kindest animal in it. I'm inside. I'll be right out. And Jiao was standing at the cave mouth with two unusually large leaves at his feet. On one, a piece of freshly prepared meat. On the other, fruit, fist-sized. Some green, some yellow, some red, and Lin Jinyuan can't identify any of it. I've already processed the meat, so it can be cooked directly. If you're hungry, eat some berries to fill your stomach first. I'll have the meat roasted right away. And Lin Jinyuan looked up at him, not understanding at all. How is a giant black panther going to roast meat? And Jiao took 2 steps back, and his body suddenly shrank, going blurry and illusory, hard to look at, until he was about 2 meters, and came back into focus. And a young man was standing there, long black hair to the shoulders, bare-chested, a black beast-skin skirt, tall and slender, half a head taller than Lin Jinyuan, call it 1.9 meters, honey-colored skin, muscles that aren't exaggerated and still promise explosive power, deep, refined features with a wildness in them, and through the hair at his forehead, those eerie green eyes, a strikingly handsome face, like a beautiful, sharp knife, beautiful and menacing at once, like a wild leopard. Ah, no, you was originally a big black leopard, and Lin Jinyuan silently berated himself. And that's the moment it becomes real. Not the tree, not the size, not the talking. Watching a panther stand up as a man. And Jiao picked the leaves up off the ground and walked toward the cave. And passing Lin Jinyuan, he paused slightly and looked at him with some doubt. Why is this sub-beast so dazed? And sensing the question, Lin Jinyuan awkwardly touched his nose and followed him in. And the sky had gone dark, and the cave was pitch black. And Lin Jinyuan couldn't see, but he could tell that after Jiao set the food down, he went to the very back of the cave, and after a while came out carrying dry branches and wood, and took 2 stones, and rubbed them at the woodpile for a while, and a faint fire appeared. There's the technology of this world delivered without comment. They stash firewood at the back of a rest cave so the next hunter through has something dry. Because somebody, at some point, came in soaked and cold and there was nothing. So now there's always something. Come here quickly, and he beckoned. Eat the berries first. The beast meat will be roasted soon, and stuffed too. Berries into Lin Jinyuan's arms, gesturing at him to hurry up and eat. No rush, you eat too. Fill your stomach, we'll grill together later. And Lin Jinyuan shook his head and pushed a fruit back into Jiao's hand. I'm not hungry. Before I met you, I ate a small sharp-toothed beast. I don't need anything tonight. And Jiao pushed the fruit back into his hand, and continued. Besides, you're too thin. You need to eat properly. And Lin Jinyuan looked down at himself, because sure, he can't compare to Jiao's physique, but he's a 180-centimeter man with a bit of lean muscle. You can pick up his 160-pound roommate without much trouble. You is nowhere near skinny. And apparently, his resentment came off him strongly enough that Jiao stopped grilling and turned around to look at him. Every person in this world is going to spend this entire story telling that man he's frail, and he's going to spend it being quietly furious about it. Ask me what a panther thinks a healthy person looks like. And the puzzled expression was too obvious to argue with. So Lin Jinyuan wrinkled his nose, decided not to fight it, rubbed the berries in his hands, and changed the subject. When are we going back to the tribe? Because there's a mission on the board, and he's eager. And Jiao didn't answer, and his face went conflicted. Is something bad going to happen? That shouldn't be right. You invited me. You can't have changed his mind after one hunting trip. What do I do? Fortunately, Jiao didn't sit in it long, and kept grilling while he talked. Accidents the tribe alone this time because I'm out doing my adult hunting. I already have a target, a shadow beast. It's too cunning. I injured it and it ran. I searched several days before I found the trail. I tracked it here. It's in this area now, hiding from me. And he looked at Lin Jinyuan. It's a 5-day journey to the tribe. If I leave, he'll run, and I'll never find him again. And Jiao frowned, troubled. Because in his mind, the rules are clear. Protect the sub-beast. Keep it safe. Ideally, get it home immediately. And he genuinely doesn't want to give up his adult hunting target. And he was uneasy, wondering if the sub-beast would be angry. Wondering if it would decide he was a terrible orc who doesn't care about a sub-beast's safety. Yu's afraid of being judged. By a stranger he found in a tree yesterday, who can't run 10 minutes without vomiting. And here's what he's chasing. The shadow beast is extremely powerful and extremely cunning. Very hard to find. And experienced adult orcs don't dare hunt it alone. But Jiao is different. Yu's known since he was small that he's stronger than the other orcs in his tribe. Yu was confident he could beat it, and he was right, it lost. Yu just failed to kill it, and it got away. And he doesn't want to let it go. Because if his adult hunting brought that thing home, the whole tribe would be overjoyed, and as far as he knows, there isn't a single adult orc in any nearby tribe who could take it alone. I understand. We'll set off after you finished your hunt. Is there anything I can do to help? If I can get Jiao to his goal faster, I get to his tribe faster. No need. I've already injured it. I know roughly where it is. It's very cunning and keeps circling. I don't know exactly where, but I'll find it and finish the adult hunt as fast as I can. And Jiao was surprised. Because Lin Jinyuan wasn't angry at all, he understood, and he offered to help. And although it's quite presumptuous for a sub-beast to offer to help with a hunt, Jiao felt that this sub-beast was incredibly kind. And gentle, and incredibly enthusiastic. What's the difference between that and saying you're willing to live and die with him? And Jiao's ears went faintly red, and he turned his head to stare very hard at the roasting meat. Yu asked, "Need a hand?" out of pure self-interest, and in this culture, that sentence apparently means, "I will follow you into death." And a 4-meter apex predator is now blushing at a fire because a man he met yesterday proposed to him by accident. And the meat sizzled, and golden fat came out and coated it and slid into the flames. "It's ready. Go ahead and eat." And Lin Jinyuan took it and looked down, conflicted, because there's no salt on it, no seasoning of any kind, and it smelled incredible. And he swallowed hard, and his stomach won, and he took a bite. Delicious, and his eyes lit up. Because with no seasoning at all, it's genuinely good, slightly sweet, the juices going into his mouth with every bite, the smell of the roast filling his whole head. My grilling skills are the best in the tribe. Lots of people want me to grill for them. Unfortunately, I came out hunting alone this time and didn't bring saltstone. Otherwise, it'd be even better. And Jiao got extremely excited at the praise, eyes narrowing like a big cat being stroked comfortably. Yu was originally a big cat, Lin Jinyuan thought. They have salt. Same joke as every transmigrator gets. You arrive with the plan to invent seasoning and become a god, and the locals go, "Ah, yes, saltstone. Sorry, left it at home." And when he finished, Jiao handed him another piece. And Lin Jinyuan looked at Jiao, then at the meat, and didn't take it. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I'm full." And he patted his stomach and waved it off. And Jiao's eyes widened slightly, filled with disbelief. "I'm serious, Hick." And he burped before he finished the sentence. "See? I even hiccuped." And Jiao looked at him intently for a long moment, making sure he was actually full and not just trying to save food, and then finished the rest of the grilled meat in a few bites, and then looked at Lin Jinyuan with a very loving and heart-wrenching gaze. "You should eat properly," voice full of worry. Okay. I'll definitely do it next time." And Lin Jinyuan nodded haphazardly, feeling a chill go down his spine under that stare. Read what Jiao just checked for. You didn't take "I'm full" at face value. Yu inspected the man's face for a lie, because where he's from, a sub-beast saying "I'm not hungry" usually means the food is short and he's taking himself off the list. That's a reflex you only develop one way. And after eating, they cleaned the cave together, and Jiao brought in a lot of dry grass and spread it out. And Lin Jinyuan went and touched it. Dry, soft, more comfortable than he'd imagined. And after lying down a while, he realized Jiao hadn't come over. Yu'd walked out. "What are you doing out there so late?" "Strife, at the cave entrance. You rest peacefully inside." And he walked out and turned back into a giant black panther and lay down across the mouth of the cave, blocking 2/3 of it, leaving only the very top open. That's a door. Yu made himself into a door. "It's cold out there. You'll get sick. Come in." And Lin Jinyuan sat up anxious. "Ah, don't worry. In beast form, the weather isn't cold. Rest easy. And I need to keep beast form at night to stay safe." And Jiao felt it was a little strange. This sub-beast seems to lack common sense. But from the look of him, he isn't very old, and his skin is very fair, fairer than any sub-beast in the tribe, and very tender. Similar to the tribe's sub-beasts who are under 10. Oh no. The man is 20-something, with a 180-centimeter frame who can lift his roommate. And Jiao has quietly filed him as approximately 9. And Jiao closed his eyes to rest. And Lin Jinyuan sat there a while longer, confirming he really wasn't coming in, and had no choice but to lie back down. And everything that had happened that day had wrung him out, so the moment his eyes closed, sleep took him, and he was gone. And when he woke, the fire was out, and Jiao wasn't at the entrance, and on the leaves, along with yesterday's fruit, there was other fruit, freshly picked. Yu went out before dawn and brought back breakfast and left again without a word. So he ate a couple, sat down, rubbed his face, and got to work, because the system hasn't made a sound since Jiao came back, and he doesn't understand half of it yet. And Jiao isn't here, so it's time to study. System, are you there?" Whispering. "Yes, host, you can call me in your mind and speak without making a sound." "Is that so? System, can you hear me?" And he shut his mouth and tried it internally. "Yes, I can hear you." That's amazing. Note that he learned that on day 2, by asking. The machine never volunteered it. It answers what it's asked. It does not help. By the way, can I try the 2 working features now? Yes, we suggest the host try exploration first. Okay, exploration first. System exploration in progress. Exploration range 50 meters. No threat. There is blood-stopping grass 10 meters west of the cave entrance. It is recommended that the host collect it. And that greatly surprised him. So he walked to the mouth, looked up at the sun to work out his directions, then crouched and moved carefully the way it pointed, and found a small patch of ankle-high grass growing in a field of grass that's chest-high. Is this it, system? Yes, host. You can try the identification function. Okay, identify the blood-stopping grass. Identifying blood-stopping grass, a medicinal herb, suitable for external injuries, hemostatic and anti-inflammatory. And he nodded and squatted down and picked it. Look at what he took first. Not food, not treasure, not a weapon. The stuff that stops bleeding. And there's exactly one person in this forest who bleeds. There wasn't much, and it was picked in a few movements. And it was almost noon, and he wondered if Jiao would come back, so he decided to go wait in the cave. And to be honest, if the system hadn't said no threat, he would never have left it. Because 50 meters isn't much of a range, and it's on cooldown now, once a day. So he didn't dare stay out long. Bored to death in there or not. Yu isn't the type to recklessly risk his life because he's bored. That's the whole man. Yu has a magic radar, and it says the coast is clear, and he still ran the errand crouching and went straight back inside. Back in the cave, he arranged the blood-stopping grass neatly on the fruit leaves, big enough that nothing gets mixed up. And Jiao came back briefly with a large piece of beast meat, roasted it, watched Lin Jinyuan finish it, and left again. Still hunting. And he seemed a bit anxious, and Lin Jinyuan was worried. And his worry is useless. I don't know how strong Jiao is. I know exactly how weak I am next to him. I can't help, and the exploration range is too small to find a shadow beast for him. So all he can do is stay in the cave, stay safe, and not become a problem. Watched Lin Jinyuan finish it. Man is hunting the most dangerous animal in the region, on a clock, and he came home at lunch to make sure the guy ate. And as darkness fell, a colossal shape appeared at the entrance, with far more meat than the last 2 times. and sitting at the fire roasting. I found shadow beast tracks today, left last night. I basically know where it is. I'm hunting it tomorrow. I won't be back by noon. I've prepared 2 days of food for you. You must not leave the cave. If it goes well, we set off for the tribe the day after tomorrow. Okay, be careful. I won't leave. Don't worry about me. Just focus on the hunt. And Jiao looked at Lin Jinyuan sitting obediently beside him and nodded, and scratched his head, and continued, I'll clean up the area again before I go tomorrow, so you don't need to be too nervous. 2 days of food. Yu's going to fight the thing that grown orcs won't face alone, and he stocked the pantry for the possibility that he doesn't come back. Okay, don't worry about me. It's late, get some rest. You're hunting a shadow beast tomorrow. Be properly rested. And Jiao nodded and stood and walked out, and turned back into a giant panther, and lay down in his usual spot and closed his eyes. And Lin Jinyuan went back to his dry grass, hoping the hunt would go smoothly. And in a jungle of towering trees, a huge black panther came out of the dense forest, thick, soft paws landing silently, lowering his head now and then to sniff the ground, the tree roots. And then his head came up, and a cold glint went through those green eyes, and he was gone forward like lightning into the depths of the forest. Yu smelled blood, sharp-toothed beast, with a hint of shadow beast on it. So he ran the scent down and found the carcass of an adult sharp-toothed beast, killed not long ago, ravaged, the abdomen and thighs completely devoured. And circling it, the shadow beast's scent is strongest right here, which means this kill is its, and it ate fast, only the meatiest, easiest parts. And then Jiao tried to read the scent, and couldn't, because it's too complex. Because the shadow beast, as expected of the most cunning beast, left its scent in every direction around that kill. Jiao cannot tell which way it went, which means it's on guard against something, and that made him certain, this is the one. So he forced himself calm, and thought about where it would run. It laid false trails. An animal, on its own. It knows it's being hunted, and it built a maze out of its own smell. And Jiao stretched out a claw and pawed at the mangled carcass, and remembered the taste of adult sharp-toothed beast, and bared his teeth. Meaty, fatty, perfect for roasting. Even in beast form it'd be too greasy to eat raw. That's why I prefer hunting the young ones. And he paused. Hold on, what would I do after eating that much raw adult sharp-tooth? I'd go find water, to drink, and to clean myself. And luckily, he knows where the lake is. And Jiao narrowed his eyes and looked toward it. Rather than blindly chasing them, I might as well take a gamble, that it went to the lake for a drink. That's how he cracks it. Not with his nose, not with strength. Yu asked himself what he'd want after a greasy meal. Yu solved it by empathy, with the thing he's hunting, and he didn't hesitate. Yu went straight for the lake, and his analysis was correct. There's shadow beast scent along the way, left recently, and he can tell he's getting closer. So he ran flat out, and then a sound of air being torn open from his right, and a huge black shadow came at him. Danger! And in the nick of time, Jiao cut hard, leaping high to the left, then rotating abruptly in midair and landing facing the attack. Grayish-black fur, a long, pointed snout, powerful limbs, a thick, long tail. It's the one, the shadow beast that got away. And Jiao stared at it and saw the old scars on its face, from the forehead, across the cheeks, behind the ears, and a savage, killing intent went through his eyes, because he saw it 10 years ago. And that's why he refused to go home, and why he will absolutely not let it go. 10 years. This was never about the adult hunt. This is not a trophy. Yu was a cub when he met that thing. And whatever happened, it left the scars on its face and something worse in him. And now 2 colossal beasts are standing across from each other, growling low, lips peeled off their fangs, bodies drawn tight as arrows on a bow. Ask me what a 10-year-old grudge weighs. And everything around them went completely silent. Not even insects. The forest cleared the room for them. And finally, the shadow beast couldn't hold it, and roared and charged. And Jiao met it head-on. Thud. 2 enormous animals collided, claws going straight for vital points. Jiao slipped a giant claw aimed at his head, spun, and hit back hard, and the shadow beast couldn't get clear, and 3 bloody gashes opened in its side. So Jiao went for the back, trying to pin it from behind, and the shadow beast rolled. Onto its spine. Limbs up, body curled to protect the abdomen, claws out to block, and its hind legs kicking at him the whole time. That's not an animal panicking. That's a fighter going to guard. And it's a size larger than Jiao. and in the tangle, it nearly threw him several times. Deafening noise, dust everywhere, bushes crushed flat under the rolling, blood on the branches, and Jiao kept taking wounds to give them, and he didn't care. You only wanted the thing dead. And that recklessness provoked it, and the shadow beast gave up defending entirely and went all in on driving him off. So when Jiao pounced again, it caught his claws in its front paws, and held them, and opened a mouthful of teeth for his throat. And Jiao pressed down and lifted his body and barely got the neck out of the way, and it bit his shoulder instead, and roared, and its claws went into Jiao's flesh, and Jiao slashed down with everything, and 8 claw marks opened from that thing's chest to its abdomen. And it felt the danger and let go and kicked him off with its hind legs, and Jiao was already gone. And having forced him back, the shadow beast flipped over, taking 2 more hits on its back to do it, and ran, because it's bigger, and once it's on its feet, Jiao can't overpower it, and it ran without looking back, and Jiao went after it. And as the sun went down, the lake held 2 enormous animals in it, and the shadow beast didn't understand why this one wouldn't stop, and it knew it couldn't outrun him. If I can't kill him, I'm the one who dies. And with the last of what they had, they hit each other again, and the ripples went out across the water, and then a much bigger splash as both of them went in, and blood and water went everywhere. And neither one held anything back, because there was only one thought left in either of them, for a long time. And then everything went calm, and the lake, stained with blood, held the sunset, and for a moment, you couldn't tell which was which. And Jiao stood up, and dragged the shadow beast's corpse ashore, covered in blood, blood sliding down his limbs out of his wounds, and the savagery hadn't left his eyes, and the killing intent was still pouring off him, and with his back to the setting sun, he looked like a demon god, and he set the body down, and sat down blankly beside it, and looked up at the sky, and roared, a cry that was exceptionally cathartic, like a wish he'd carried a very long time had finally been let go of. 10 years. Yu was a cub when that thing put those scars on its own face. And he grew up strong, stronger than everybody in his tribe, and the moment he was allowed to hunt as an adult, he went and found it. And he's sitting in the mud, in his own blood, next to it, and screaming at the sky, and there's nobody there to hear it. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Lin Jinyuan sat at the fire with his brow furrowed, staring at a sky that had already gone black. Did the hunt go well? Is he hurt? Is he even coming back tonight? Because before he left, Jiao cleaned the area again and left his mark again, to make sure nothing nearby could threaten him. And as it got dark, Lin Jinyuan burned his one daily exploration to double-check. Yu spent his only scan of the day, his one piece of magic, his one advantage in this world, confirming that the neighborhood was safe. For himself, sure. And he did it because he was already listening for footsteps. And he stood and stretched legs gone sore from sitting. Past midnight. And remembering how differently Jiao spoke about that shadow beast, he was wide awake. And just as he craned his neck toward the entrance for what must have been the 20th time, he heard something heavy dragging on the ground. And heavy footsteps. And he went instantly alert. System! Exploration! And he killed the fire, and held his breath, and pressed himself against the wall. Is that Jiao? Jiao's footsteps wouldn't be that heavy. Is he hurt? Or is it not Jiao? Will it find me? Exploration in progress. The creature has not yet entered range. Exploration ongoing for 20 minutes. Please wait. 20 minutes! The magic radar in the actual emergency has a 20-minute load time. Based on analysis of existing information, this creature possesses power that threatens the host's life. The system will use energy to cover the host and conceal the host's presence. This energy is provided to the host in advance by the system. After overcoming the difficulty, the host should strive to complete the mission and develop the tribe to obtain energy in return. And an invisible force closed over him, and he couldn't move freely, and it was uncomfortable. Please do not attempt to move. This consumes more energy. It saved his life on credit, and it itemized the loan while doing it. And he held that position and listened, and the sound got closer and closer. Target enters range. Target confirmed, Jiao. Host, do you wish to cancel concealment? Really? Cancel it! Cancel it! And his eyes lit up and he was already moving. And outside, Jiao's enormous body was hidden in the dark. Steps heavy, something in his mouth, huge, dragging along the ground. And he was walking very slowly. And when he saw Lin Jinyuan run out, he paused, and then walked faster. and stopped 5 meters away and let go, and his huge body swayed, and he adjusted his feet and steadied himself and slowly sat down. Yu sped up. You'd been dragging that thing for hours and could barely stand, and the moment the small one came out, he picked up the pace, so he wouldn't be seen struggling. Jiao, you're back. I left some roasted meat. You have to try my cooking. And pushing through the chest-high grass, Lin Jinyuan came up on him, and his eyes went wide, because Jiao is covered in wounds, large and small, everywhere, and 2 large bloody holes in his shoulders that are still oozing, and that once smooth fur is pocked and matted and stiff with dried blood, and his chest is heaving, and he's breathing hard, and letting out low growls now and then. And seeing him coming, Jiao moved his front legs and slowly lay down. And Lin Jinyuan looked at him with a heart full of ache and reached out to touch him, and Jiao obediently lowered his head. And he put his hand on Jiao's forehead and felt warmth. And that black fur is softer than he'd imagined, and his face is stained with blood too, hair clumped together. But there are no wounds there. That's splatter. Aren't you asleep yet, or did I wake you? And Jiao rested his head on his forelegs and closed his eyes. I can't sleep, and Lin Jinyuan pursed his lips. I haven't been able to rest easy since you hadn't come back. Well, I'm back. Go to sleep. Tomorrow we have to deal with the shadow beast's body. I have to bring it back intact. Aren't you going to rest for a few days? What about your injuries? It's all right, minor scratches. It'll be fine after a night. Who are you kidding? You came back so out of breath you could barely stand. And he patted that forehead gently, displeased. It was almost dark when I killed it, and I had to drag it back without cleaning it properly. That took some effort. And Jiao's ears twitched, and he didn't move away from the tap. Why didn't you deal with it and rest a bit? Why rush back like that? And Lin Jinyuan frowned, rubbing at that short fur. I was worried about leaving you, a sub-beast, alone in the wild overnight. Even though I cleared the area, I was still afraid something might happen. And Jiao opened his eyes and looked at the ground, and his tail twitched unconsciously, carrying a hint of barely perceptible guilt. Guilt. You fought the most dangerous animal in the region for an entire day, won a 10-year war, took 2 holes through his shoulder, and then dragged a corpse bigger than himself through a forest in the dark for hours, because he felt bad about leaving, and he's apologizing. And hearing that, Lin Jinyuan was taken aback. We've known each other 3 days. There's no deep relationship here. My reason for following him was simple, to save my life. I've been under his protection the whole time, and I have never once explicitly said I'd join his tribe. I only ever considered it an option for completing the mission. And faced with concern that sincere and that straightforward, he had nothing to say. You wanted to say, I'm not worth you doing this for me. And he opened his mouth, and no sound came out. That's the moment the con breaks. Yu's been running a calculation on this animal since minute 1. Pity as a tool, the tribe as a checkbox. And he just tried to say the honest thing out loud, and physically couldn't. Wait a minute, I'll get something. And after a long while, in a dry voice, he turned and ran into the cave, leaving Jiao sitting there completely bewildered. System, how do I use the blood-stopping grass? Just crush it and apply it externally. And by the time the answer came, he was already walking back with it, and looking at the enormous black panther in front of him, and then at the little handful in his hand, it seemed pitifully small. Jiao, can you transform into human form? If it's inconvenient, then forget it. And Jiao didn't understand, and obediently sat up and did it. And a handsome man appeared, and the wounds were even more gruesome on exposed skin, especially the shoulder, which looked as though it had been bitten through. And Lin Jinyuan popped a few strands of the grass into his mouth and started chewing. I found some herbs that stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. It might hurt a little, bear with it. And he applied the chewed paste to the wound in Jiao's shoulder. And Jiao looked at him in surprise, and did not refuse, and sat there obediently and let him do whatever he wanted. And the grass worked fast, and a shoulder that had been bleeding continuously stopped. And remembering it's anti-inflammatory too, Lin Jinyuan chewed up every scrap that was left and smeared it over the rest of him. And Jiao watched him quietly, and cooperated with every movement. And only when it was all used up and most of the wounds were dressed did he speak. You know medicine? Are you a shaman? And then he shook his head at himself. No, you're too young. You're not a shaman's age. Are you a shaman's apprentice? And his expression was very serious, and his eyes were bright. Ah, No, I'm not a shaman, or an apprentice. And Lin Jinyuan waved it off fast, because he understands the word, and he has no idea what status a shaman carries in this world. So he doesn't dare claim it. But you know about medicine, right? And Jiao ignored the denial completely and leaned forward, anticipation in his voice. Maybe. I only know a little bit. With the system around, maybe. And hearing that, Jiao could no longer contain himself, and stood up, and circled him several times, before calming down and sitting back down opposite him. You just did laps. 2 holes in his shoulder, and the news that the stranger might know plants made him get up and pace around him in a circle like a dog at a door. Go to sleep. I wish tomorrow would come sooner. I can't wait to take you back to the tribe. Meng, Jinyuan, I really hope you can stay with us, but I will respect your decision. I hope you'll consider the tribe seriously, and he extended the invitation again, with an even more solemn attitude than the first time. And that's when Lin Jinyuan realized it. Jiao noticed. You noticed the ambiguous dodge. You clocked it the first time and every time since, and he never brought it up. And he protected him anyway, and Lin Jinyuan felt uneasy, and moved his fingers, and looked up. I can't give you an answer right now, but I'll consider it seriously. Jiao, I know you're a very good person, and I believe your tribe must be a very good tribe. But I'm sorry, I have to see it and experience it myself before I decide. I understand. Don't feel pressured. If you feel my tribe isn't suitable, I know of other tribes around here. I'll go with you to check them out. And Jiao was a little disappointed, and cheered up again almost immediately. Read that offer. The man wants him. You's wanted him since the tree. You just made his pitch twice. And when he got a maybe, his counteroffer was, then I'll take you to look at the competition. Jiao, no matter what, thank you so much. And Lin Jinyuan looked at the young man in front of him, somewhat moved. It's late. Get some rest. Be ready at first light. I'll take you to see my tribe. And Jiao smiled and stood, and his figure blurred, and the big black panther came back, and nudged him, urging him along. And Lin Jinyuan stood and couldn't help patting that head again. Ah, I really want to touch that big black panther from the start, the one whose fur was like silk before it got hurt. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance. And Jiao was quite docile and let him, and his ears twitched, a little uncomfortable. This sub-beast really likes the beast form. And back on the hay, looking at Jiao still guarding the entrance, Lin Jinyuan thought, as long as it isn't something I genuinely can't accept, staying with Jiao's tribe is fine. Anyway, a tribe that has Jiao in it must be a very good tribe. 3 days ago, that was a strategy. Now it's a feeling. And he's just now noticing. And he woke up to the smell of roasting meat. And Jiao, in human form, sitting at the fire, cooking. And the sun already high, almost noon. Why didn't you wake me? You said you had things to do today. It's nearly noon. No rush. You went to sleep too late. It won't hurt to sleep a little longer. And he waved it off. And what about you? Why didn't you rest more? Is your wound all right? And Lin Jinyuan put the meat down and leaned in to inspect him, and Jiao cooperated. And the wounds are healing well, especially the treated ones, significantly better than the rest. The untreated ones are still red and swollen, which also shows that orc recovery is genuinely excellent. We need to find more blood-stopping grass for the others. They look a bit inflamed. It's okay. They're minor. They'll be fine in a couple of days. The medicine is very precious. If I find it, I'd like to keep it and bring it back to the tribe. Stop there. The bleeding holes in his shoulder are still open, and his position is that the medicine is too valuable to spend on himself. It should go home to the tribe. And Lin Jinyuan paused and lowered his head, and used the motion of picking up the meat to cover, asking, are herbs very rare in this world? No, there are many herbs. It's just that the orcs don't recognize them. There it is. The medicine isn't precious. It's 10 meters from the cave. It's growing in a field. There's more of it everywhere. They just can't see it. That man is refusing treatment to save a resource that is literally underfoot, and he'd have carried those holes home for 5 days rather than waste it. Yesterday, Jiao mentioned witchcraft. What does a witch represent here? A wise person in a tribe, or you could say, a recorder of the tribe's experience. Someone who knows all the knowledge a tribe has accumulated, and who selects a successor to teach it to. Herbal medicine is something only shamans understand, but it is all passed down orally, so the transmission is easily broken. Different tribes have different experience, and what they pass down is different. Easily broken. That's the whole civilization in 2 words. Every tribe's entire accumulated knowledge lives in one person's head and gets handed to one other person, out loud. And if that chain snaps once, it's gone forever. It doesn't involve metaphysics? And Lin Jinyuan's eyes lit up, and the system's already emotionless voice got colded at the words "not involved," leaving him completely bewildered. Did I offend it? Does it just dislike supernatural matters? Is it supposed to be a system firmly rooted in science? But time travel is already incredibly unscientific to begin with. You asked the magic voice in his head whether magic was real, and it got frosty with him. So he silently criticized it and asked nothing further. If witchcraft is only knowledge, I could perhaps take that as a direction. Write that down. You just found the lever, not strength, not the system's maul. Knowledge is the one currency in this world that's lying on the ground unclaimed, and the people who hold it can't write it down, so it keeps dying with them. And he can read. And he finished his meat and followed Jiao out. And the shadow beast's corpse is lying not far from the entrance, and something's been smeared on it, especially the wounds. And last night's pungent blood smell is completely gone. You treated the corpse. At some point, before dawn, bleeding from both shoulders, he went and dressed his enemy's body so it wouldn't stink or rot on the trip home, because he has to bring it back intact. Encircling it, it's a size bigger than Jiao. Gray-black fur, claws sharp as knives, fangs longer than a man's hand, exceptionally ferocious. And Jiao brought over wrist-thick vines and worked the body, binding the limbs and the tail tight against the torso. Then turned into the panther and tried to carry it on his back. And Lin Jinyuan helped him lash it down. And Jiao walked it around a few times to get used to the weight, and nodded, satisfied, and turned back into a man. 5 days of walking, carrying something bigger than himself, with 2 holes in his shoulder, and a sub-beast on the other side tying knots. Ask me what a tribe does when that walks out of the trees. But first, there were vines left over, and Lin Jinyuan's little mind started working, because he remembered his grandmother weaving hemp rope into bags for carrying larger items, and he looked down at himself, and realized that he is, in a way, a large item. Jiao, are we using these vines? I want to make something. No need, take them. But what are you planning to make? And he came over and squatted down beside him, face full of curiosity. Let's weave a sack. A sack? What's that? It's for carrying things. You put things in and take them away easily. What are you going to pack? And Jiao glanced at the cave, puzzled, because there's nothing in there worth taking. And if it's food, no need. You can hunt any time. No, it's not for carrying things. No, it is for carrying things, but that's not right either. And Lin Jinyuan was so perplexed by the question that he scratched his head frantically. It's for carrying me, not carrying anyone else. Why would I carry you? And Jiao looked at him in shock. Put me inside, and you take the bag. I feel a bit suffocated being carried by my clothes. And here's the real reason, and it's small and sad. Yu hasn't showered in days. His clothes are filthy. He's a little disgusted by them himself, never mind making Jiao carry them in his teeth. And the trip is 5 days, and he's worried the fabric won't survive it. This is the only set of clothes I have until I get back. I want to keep them as a memento. I can help. And Jiao took the job immediately and went and stood 3 meters away holding one end of a vine and squatted there with a serious expression, waiting for instructions. And Lin Jinyuan resisted the urge to rub his head and started directing. And the process was not smooth, because he hasn't seen his grandmother in a long time and doesn't remember the pattern clearly, so he made mistakes, repeatedly, and had to unravel it and start again. And he got frustrated. And fortunately, Jiao was very patient. Yu did whatever he was told. And when it went wrong, he obediently unraveled it and started over, without the slightest impatience, which greatly soothed Lin Jinyuan's frustrated mood. A 4-meter apex predator with 2 holes in his shoulder is holding a piece of string 3 meters away, being told he did it wrong. Again. And undoing it. And waiting. And the sun was already going down when the bag was finished. And the system spoke. Beep, hidden quest completed. Teach Qingshan tribe's Jiao to make woven bags from vines. Promote the development of the Qingshan tribe. Energy gained. Details can be viewed after the host confirms joining or creating a tribe. And Lin Jinyuan paused and looked up. And Jiao was excitedly fiddling with the bag and noticed nothing at all. Lin Jinyuan, you're amazing! You turned vines into this! Before, we could only use vines to tie up big things. This way, we can put lots of small things in. It'll be so much more convenient bringing things back from hunting. This is much better than beast skin. Cough cough, it's so-so. And Lin Jinyuan slumped on the ground, waving a hand at the praise. That's the first one. The system just paid him for a bag. Not a weapon, not a spell. His grandmother's craft. Half remembered. Badly. On the third try. And a tribe that has hunted for generations has never once had a way to carry small things home. And Jiao put the sack in the cave and found a lot of dry grass and covered the shadow beast's whole body with it. And Lin Jinyuan remembered those wounds. Could you come with me? I want to see if there's more blood-stopping grass nearby. Great! And Jiao's eyes lit up, because he's experienced it now. And for orcs who fight beasts constantly, that medicine is enormously important. If every orc could carry some, survival after an injury in the wild would go up enormously. Yu's not excited about his shoulder. Yu's doing logistics for everyone he's ever met. So they searched the area and even went to a stream so Lin Jinyuan could wash his face properly. Not a bath. Because out here he figures he should save as much water as possible. And before heading back, he made sure to fill a coconut-like shell with water for the road. And what disappointed him is that they found no more blood-stopping grass at all. And Jiao didn't mind, and even comforted him about it. It's normal not to find any. Otherwise, the medicine wouldn't be so precious. The medicine is everywhere. The system said so. There are many herbs. The orcs just can't recognize them. They walked past it, both of them, all afternoon. And the injured man consoled the healthy one about the failure. But the coconut thing was an unexpected win. Following instructions, Jiao used fingernails sharper than knives to cut the top off, scoop out the flesh, wash it, fill it with stream water, and use the cut-off piece as a lid, tied down with tough grass. A simple little water bottle. And Jiao looked at it with a surprised expression. How did you come up with this? We used to use the stomachs of wild animals to hold water, or the urine containers. And after each new one was made, nobody wanted to use it right away. Everybody preferred the old ones, especially the sub-beasts and the cubs. Unless absolutely necessary, they'd rather drink from a stone bowl. Read what he just described. Their canteen is a bladder, and a fresh one tastes so bad that the children refuse it and drink out of a rock instead. And they've done that forever, because nobody ever looked at a nut. I came up with it as soon as I saw it, but it's makeshift. It still leaks a bit. I'll study it when I have time and see if I can improve it. And he looked at Jiao with a hint of smugness. Beep, hidden mission. Use the shell of the brown nut to make a simple water bottle. Makes the tribe's daily life easier. Energy gained. And Lin Jinyuan was a little confused about the criteria. I haven't even finished the task the system actively gave me, and I've accidentally completed 2 hidden ones. This system is being a bit too free and arbitrary. No, it isn't. It told him exactly what it wanted on day 1. Promote the healthy development of the tribe. Yu thinks he's failing the assignment because he hasn't ticked the box. Yu's just been doing the actual job by accident. And it was dark when they got back, and Jiao lit a torch and settled him inside and went back out. I'm going hunting. Back soon. With the shadow beast's body here, other beasts usually won't come near. Don't wander off. Okay, I promise. Bring back fruit. I'll pack it in the bag and eat it later. And Jiao nodded, and leapt, and covered nearly 20 meters. The corpse is a scarecrow. Yu killed the most feared thing in this forest, and now he's using its body as a fence while he goes to get groceries. And once he was gone, Lin Jinyuan walked out to the shadow beast. System, identify the shadow beast. Because he is extremely curious about this thing, and now he finally has time to study it. Adult shadow beast, deceased. A high-level carnivorous beast, extremely high intelligence, cruel and cunning nature. High combat strength. It takes at least 2 to 3 ordinary adult orcs to fight one. It prefers to eat sub-beastmen and orc cubs. Due to its extremely high intelligence, it is good at driving low-level beasts and even some mid-level beasts. For a weak tribe, it is a nightmare-level beast. It prefers to eat sub-beastmen and orc cubs. There it is. That's the scar on its face. That's 10 years old. That's why a cub grew up strong and went straight at it the day they let him. It eats children, and it eats things that look exactly like the man Jiao just found in a tree. 2 or 3 orcs to fight it? But Jiao hunted it alone. I didn't see him with any help, and the system gave a vague answer. Mysterious and different. What makes him different? and Lin Jinyuan asked it with great interest. Host permissions are insufficient. Please upgrade your system level to unlock more permissions as soon as possible. Second time. That machine is hiding something specific about Jiao, not about the world, not about the magic, about him. By the way, what is a sub-beast? The people of the orc continent are divided into orcs and sub-beastmen. Orcs can transform into beast forms. They are good at fighting, high combat power. Sub-beastmen cannot transform. They have the ability to give birth to life. They are not good at fighting, low combat power. Only a very small number of sub-beastmen have any combat power at all. Giving birth to life? Is that what I think it is? It is just as the host thinks. I'm a man! And he retorted immediately, because Jiao has considered him a sub-beast from the first second. And he didn't realize what that meant, so he just let it ride. And hearing this, he could not sit still. The sub-beasts in this world look like men. I am different from them. I cannot give birth to life. You should know that system. If the host wants this ability, there is a way after the system upgrade. There's no need for that. Decisive refusal. And he turned and walked into the cave and sat on his rock. You needed some peace and quiet. And after a while, timidly, are there any women here? In this world whose physical appearance is like that of a woman, and Lin Jinyuan wore a look of utter disbelief. So this world has beastmen, and sub-beasts who look like men. That's it. That's everyone. And he doesn't have a problem with it. His childhood friend is gay, and he actually understands them somewhat, because he remembers the terror. Yu remembers his friend working it out about himself in high school. His mental state was terrible. His grades collapsed. And it was Lin Jinyuan who noticed something was wrong and went and talked to him. And his friend, looking utterly hopeless, told him. Read that again. The friend was drowning and nobody noticed. Until one person did, and went over, and asked. And that's who this man is. That's the guy the system picked, before any of this. And as for himself, I've never liked anyone. Since I was a child, I genuinely don't know whether I like men or women. And I got transported here and got told that whatever I like, I only have one option left, which made him a little frantic. Forget it. I'll focus on my career. Thinking about this is pointless. Just finish the work and go home. And composing himself, he sat on the rock and waited for Jiao. And thinking about Jiao, and everything the system had just taught him, his expression went complicated. I don't know how to face him. To Jiao, I'm just a member of the opposite sex, right? And he shuddered, and decided to stop thinking about it. 3 days ago, that animal was a survival tool. Now the man is sitting in a dark cave having a crisis about eye contact. And when Jiao came back with the prepared meat, he found Lin Jinyuan sitting blankly in the dark. No fire. Lost in thought. So he waved a hand in front of his eyes. And Lin Jinyuan snapped out of it, and looked at Jiao's puzzled face, and every complicated feeling he'd just suppressed came straight back. And his gaze went equally complicated. And Jiao was completely baffled. What's wrong with this sub-beast now? Are you all right? A little worried. It's nothing. I was just thinking about going back to the tribe. Are we leaving tomorrow? And we shouldn't stop along the way except to eat. You can stay in the bag. If you're hungry, tell me. If you're sleepy, rest. Don't worry about me. I won't be resting at night. And he got the flint out and started the fire. No rest? You're rushing the whole way? Can your body handle that? I've been out a while now. Father Beast and adoptive father must be worried. Especially with you along. It's too dangerous for you out in the wild. And the Shadow Beast needs to get back as soon as possible. Father Beast, adoptive father, and Uncle Xing will be very happy. And Jiao smiled warmly, talking about Father Beast and adoptive father. And when he mentioned bringing the Shadow Beast back, a hint of sadness appeared on his face. And considering what the system just told him, Lin Jinyuan wisely did not ask. Sadness. You won. Yu's bringing home the trophy that will make his whole tribe celebrate. And thinking about it makes him sad, because that thing eats cubs. And it was here 10 years ago. And the whole tribe will be happy is not the same as I got them back. And after dinner, Lin Jinyuan yawned, sleepy. Strangely sleepy. Yu seems to have become much sleepier lately. And he lay on the grass watching Jiao eat the meat he hadn't finished. Because Jiao doesn't really eat with him. If he gets hungry, he handles it while hunting, and then brings back prepared meat for Lin Jinyuan to grill. And since Lin Jinyuan has a small appetite, Jiao is responsible for eating the leftovers every time. And Lin Jinyuan maintains that his appetite is normal, and that these people simply eat too much. And his eyes unfocused, and he went under. And Jiao glanced at the sub-beast asleep on the hay, and tidied the cave, and reduced the fire, and covered Lin Jinyuan with dry grass, and left, and gathered grass, and slowly crushed it, and smeared it all over the shadow beast's body, and then walked back to the entrance, and turned into the panther, and licked his wounds, and lay down. Yu tucked him in, then went outside and treated the corpse, then licked his own holes closed, alone, in the dark, where nobody could see him do it. And when the first light hit his face, Jiao opened his eyes, and the big cat stretched, and looked at Lin Jinyuan still fast asleep, and flicked his tail, and went to the stream, and came back with water and meat in a big leaf, and found Lin Jinyuan awake, sitting at the cave mouth, yawning, eyelids fighting a losing battle. Earliest he's woken in days. You'd told the system to wake him so he wouldn't sleep till mid-morning. These past few days I've been inexplicably sleepy. Before, I just arrived, and Jiao went straight out after the shadow beast, so I was in constant tension and never had time to notice. Now that we're set to go, and I've relaxed a bit, something is clearly not right. I need to ask the system. But it hasn't mentioned anything, so it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, it's linked to me. It can't just sit and watch my body develop a problem without alerting me. I'll go to the tribe first and see. Remember that. You noticed. You reasoned it away. You trusted the machine to tell him, and the machine has already said insufficient permissions twice. And Jiao had everything ready and was waiting by the shadow beast. Let's get ready to go, and patted it, and turned into beast form. And compared to when they met, his body has more dents and marks in it. And after a day's rest, the wounds have healed a lot, and where the medicine was applied, already closing. And Lin Jinyuan was amazed all over again at orc regeneration. If that were me, I'd have died the same day. And the little water bottles and the fruit were already packed into the woven bag, and Jiao had lined it with a lot of dry grass. And Lin Jinyuan crawled in and tried it, and it felt pretty good. And Jiao took the shadow beast on his back, and Lin Jinyuan crawled out to help tie it down, then got back in the bag. And feeling himself lift into the air, he adjusted, peeked out through a gap, and said, "Let's go!" And Jiao darted out. And in the bag there was a jolt, and it was far more comfortable than being carried by the teeth. You line the bag with grass. The man is carrying a corpse the size of himself, running 5 days without sleep, on 2 shoulder wounds, and he stopped to make the bag soft first. And not long after they set off, Lin Jinyuan felt drowsy again, and patted his own face, forcing himself awake. This isn't normal. And he called the system fast. System, what's wrong with me? This sleepiness is abnormal. Ask me what a machine says when you finally ask the right question. The host's body is adapting to this world. Huh? Then I won't be getting any extra functions, will I? And the drowsiness was instantly dispelled by fright. No. All living beings in this world are far stronger than the host's original world. The system only helps the host adapt and strengthen to a certain extent. Added functions are physical modifications. They are not part of the system's initial functions. They must be unlocked through later upgrades. That's good, but let's talk about the body modification later. Don't secretly modify me. All body modifications will be done with the host's consent. Please don't worry. And hearing that, he finally relaxed completely and shifted to a comfortable position, and the drowsiness came back over him. System, how long does this last? And before he went all the way under, he vaguely heard, 1 month. 1 month of being unconscious 2/3 of the day, in a world where the birds could carry him off. And the only reason he's still alive is that somebody made him a bag with grass in it. And when he woke up, they'd stopped, and he peeked out. Afternoon, and Jiao was sitting beside him with a fire going, and meat roasting, and small bundles wrapped in leaves next to him. What's this? Take the roasted meat with you, put it in the bag, eat whenever you're hungry. I've never survived in the wild with a sub-beast before. I have no experience. I didn't think to prepare meat in advance before we left. I just thought we'd hunt whenever we got hungry. I forgot that you're different from us. You have to eat regularly, every day. Not like us. We can eat our fill in beast form, and it lasts a day or two. And he paused, a little embarrassed. I want to get back as soon as possible. That's an apology. The man is running 5 days without sleep carrying a corpse, and he's embarrassed because he forgot that the small one needs 3 meals a day, and it took him half the trip to notice. And Lin Jinyuan understood. Because hunting isn't hard for Jiao, but stopping to hunt and roast 2 or 3 times a day would add enormously to the travel time. So packing 1 or 2 days of food at once actually matches Jiao's own hunting schedule. It saves time. But how is he managing to hunt while carrying me? Don't worry about me. I want to get to the tribe fast too, and there's still a lot of fruit in the bag. And after eating, he sat and drank some water and went to work. System. While we've stopped, explore. See if there's anything usable. Exploration complete. A small amount of blood-stopping grass 36 meters behind the host. Woots grass 20 meters to the right, and he stood and headed for the woots grass, curious because the name suggests nothing at all about what it does. And seeing him get up, Jiao immediately followed. Where are you going? I think I saw some herbs I recognize. I want to look. Oh, may I come? Clearly intrigued. Sure, you can learn to identify them too. Then you can pick them if you see them out here. And hearing that, Jiao seemed very excited and opened his mouth, and in the end said nothing, and just nodded heavily and followed with a serious expression. You opened his mouth and closed it. Whatever he almost said there, he's been swallowing it since the cave. And it's inconspicuous dark green grass with black soft thorns on the leaves, not easy to handle. So he covered his hand with a leaf, picked it, and identified it. Woots grass, a poisonous herb. When the skin is pierced by its thorns, it has an anesthetic effect. The effect is strong. There are no other side effects. However, because it is small and the thorns are soft, it is very difficult to use. Almost no one knows its effects. The juice of the crushed grass also has an anesthetic effect. Strength and duration depend on dosage. Hiss, isn't this a natural anesthetic? This is great stuff. Useful for self-defense, hunting, medicine, and, cough cough, it's also good for ambushing people. There he is. 10 seconds from natural anesthetic, medically wonderful, to, and you could absolutely drug somebody with it. And he turned around and met Jiao's inquiring gaze. This is called wuqi grass, and yes, it's poisonous, said calmly. And at the word poisonous, Jiao immediately took 2 steps back, eyes wide, looking at Lin Jinyuan and the grass. And Lin Jinyuan was amused and said fast, "It's not deadly. If the thorns get you, your body goes numb and you collapse and can't use any strength. But you recover after a while." And Jiao relaxed a bit and walked closer and looked at it seriously and said, "That's what they say, but being poisoned in the wild, especially with nobody around, is still very dangerous. It can be fatal. However, this grass is too small and the thorns are too soft. They can't even pierce the skin of a humanoid beast man, let alone beast form. But it's very dangerous for you sub-beasts. If we had something to break through their defenses first, and then use the toxin, that would be a great help in hunting." Stop. You looked at a weed for 11 seconds and produced a threat assessment, a limitation analysis, a demographic risk note, and a weapons application. And Lin Jinyuan was surprised, because he's been carrying this man around like luggage and quietly filing him as a large, friendly cat. So he added quickly, "The juice from crushing it also works. You can apply it to hard weapons that pierce the skin." And Jiao's eyes lit up, and he nodded. "When I get back to the tribe, I'll catch a few wild animals to test it." Poison arrows. They just invented poison arrows. Standing in a field, in under a minute, between 2 people who met 4 days ago. Neither of them noticed. "Let's look over there too. I saw blood-stopping grass. Didn't you say you wanted to bring some back?" And Jiao immediately followed. And soon, they'd collected all of it. And Lin Jinyuan climbed back in the bag. And Jiao turned and picked it up and kept going. And Jiao didn't stop again until the 2nd night. And on the evening of the 3rd day, he stopped to hunt. And this time, Lin Jinyuan was awake for it. And it couldn't really be called hunting. Jiao simply saw a wild beast the size of a calf while moving forward, and darted over, and slapped it to the ground with one paw, and pinned it with both, and casually put Lin Jinyuan down, and finished it in under 10 seconds, and it barely struggled. Is hunting a beast the size of a calf really that easy? And Lin Jinyuan wasn't that easy? And Lin Jinyuan was completely dumbfounded. Catching a chicken was harder than that for me. Is this what beastmen are? And sitting in the bag, watching Jiao, in human form now, skillfully handle the carcass, Lin Jinyuan, who grew up in a city, found the scene very bloody, and his face went pale, and he forced himself to watch, as sharp fingernails came out of Jiao's hands and opened the animal up, as Jiao cut off the best piece and set it on a leaf, and then turned into beast form and carried the rest to another tree to eat. You carried it away. You didn't sit down and eat next to him. You took it behind a tree. Savage. Bloody. Those are the words that went through Lin Jinyuan's head. And in that moment, he suddenly understood what kind of world he'd landed in. A primitive world, completely different from mine. The creatures here are far more powerful and different from me. And he understood the word beast man, a being who is both human and beast. And he also understood that this is a reality he has to face, inescapable, and not something he can turn a blind eye to. And the hand hidden inside the bag clenched into a fist, and he forced himself to watch the whole thing. That's the choice. Not he got used to it. Not he looked away. You made himself watch, because this is where he lives now, and these are his people, or they might be, and you don't get to love a place with your eyes shut. And Jiao ate fast, and a beast the size of a calf was quickly reduced to scraps. And then he dug a hole, and threw the scraps in, and covered it, and sat up straight and started licking his paws, cleaning the blood off his face and his feet, as docile as a big cat. No trace of the ferocity left in him at all, and once he was clean, he turned back into a man, and lit a fire, and started grilling meat for Lin Jinyuan. You buried it, because the smell brings things, and there's someone here who can't run. And Lin Jinyuan took the meat and didn't move. And Jiao noticed the pale face, and his eyes went worried. What's wrong? Are you unwell? It's nothing, just dizzy from sleeping too long. I'll be fine after sitting a while. And seeing that worry, Lin Jinyuan suddenly felt relieved. Emotionally, the beastmen here are no different from the people in my world. Jiao is still Jiao. This is the beastmen world, and this is simply how they live. That's it. That's the whole reconciliation, and it took 4 seconds. You watched a man tear an animal apart with his fingernails and eat it raw behind a tree. And then that man asked if he was okay. And that was enough. Though, having come to terms with it philosophically, he was still a bit nauseous. So he took a couple of symbolic bites and stopped. I've been sleeping all day. I'm not hungry yet. I'll put it away and eat when I am. Okay, then remember to eat when you're hungry. And Jiao turned back into a panther and got ready to go. And 5 days do not go quickly. And Lin Jinyuan, who basically slept the whole way in a bag, didn't find it especially hard. You inevitably had some backache. And they're close now. And over these 2 days, he's gradually come to accept the way the orcs live. And when he's lucid, he often peeks out to look. And using exploration, he's collected more blood-stopping grass and more wootsy grass, and found a new one, blood-generating grass, which accelerates blood production after you eat it, and works wonders with blood-stopping grass. In cases of heavy blood loss, as long as there's still a breath left, there's a chance to save them. Add it up, stop the bleeding, kill the pain, replace the blood. You has assembled a trauma kit out of weeds, on a 5-day trip, mostly while asleep, in a world where the medicine is underfoot and nobody can see it. And feeling Jiao slow down, Lin Jinyuan poked his head out, and Jiao stopped and set him down. We're almost at the tribe. Bear with it a little longer. You can rest properly once we're there. And Lin Jinyuan nodded and shrank back in. And Jiao picked up the bag and kept going. And before long, Lin Jinyuan faintly heard shouting, and clearly felt Jiao speed up. Xuan, you're finally back! Why were you gone so long? We were all so worried. Yes, people come back from an adult hunting trip in 6 or 7 days. You've been gone almost a month. If you hadn't come back soon, the clan leader was going to organize a search party. Catastrophic. What a huge creature. Is that your prey? Jiao, you're amazing. What's that in your mouth? Is it something delicious? Let me try some. I want to grow up fast so I can do adult hunting too. I can't wait to go on adventures. Almost a month. Everyone else takes a week. You've been gone 4 times that, and the whole tribe has been counting. And inside the bag, Lin Jinyuan heard several different young voices buzzing around, full of energy. And the one who wanted to taste what Jiao was carrying got closer. And closer. And then he felt Jiao take a step back, dodging him, and put the bag down. Lei, this isn't food. Everyone step back, don't scare him. And he bowed slightly and nudged the bag. Lin Jinyuan, are you coming out? Don't scare him. First sentence out of his mouth. Before hello. Before the trophy. Before a month of worry. And Lin Jinyuan was debating whether to reveal himself and inform the gluttonous boy that there's a person in the bag, not lunch. and hearing Jiao ask, he was too tired to hesitate, and opened it and poked his head out. Wow, so many big animals, a lion, 2 leopards, and a black bear. All slightly smaller than Jiao. And the one who wanted a taste is the bear, and he's the closest. 4 large animals plus Jiao, 5, all around Lin Jinyuan. And Jiao was fine, sitting obediently, and the others were incredibly curious and kept trying to get closer and kept getting blocked. It's a sub-beast! Good heavens! Jiao, where did you find this? Wow, did you run off to another tribe and steal a sub-beast? That's amazing! You actually managed to steal one? That's the other leopard, with a really wild imagination. Awoo! Our tribe is getting a new sub-beast. Jiao, you're amazing. You hunted such a big beast and brought it all home safely? That's the bear, who excitedly sat down on the ground and clapped his hands. Good news! Good news! Xuan is back. Xuan hunted a huge beast and stole a sub-beast from another tribe. Good news! Good news! That's the lion, who is already gone, sprinting into the tribe, broadcasting. That's Lin Jinyuan, who is speechless. 90 seconds on the property and there's already a rumor. And it's not Jiao found a lost man, it's Jiao committed a heist. And the whole settlement is hearing it from a running lion. And Jiao led him toward the tribe, and the 3 that stayed followed, occasionally coming over to peek. And Lin Jinyuan felt uncomfortable being stared at, and hid in the bag. And noticing that, Jiao glared at them ferociously, and suppressed the restless animals. And at the entrance, Jiao set him down and he climbed out, and watched the 4 giant beasts turn back into people. And they look young in human form, each over 190 centimeters, smooth muscle, 8-pack abs, all of them around 17 or 18. Those are the children, 6'3" of solid muscle, age 17, and they clap their hands when they're happy. And the adult orcs of the patrol team were already at the door, and the leader, nearly 2 meters, came over, looked Jiao up and down a few times, reached out and patted his shoulder, and said with relief, "Good lad, you're back safe. And you hunted prey like that. It seems you're definitely the leader among the younger generation." Then he turned to Lin Jinyuan and gave him a friendly smile. Although it looked a little scary. It's probably friendly, right? And Lin Jinyuan thought that uncertainly, and gave him a formulaic smile back, and then shrank behind Jiao, because there are too many strangers, and to be honest, his social anxiety is acting up. A man in a world of monsters, who watched his rescuer eat an animal raw and made his peace with it, is hiding behind him because there are too many people saying hello. And everyone around, seeing that, gave Jiao knowing smiles, especially the young beastmen who followed him in, who all winked and made faces at him. And fortunately, Lin Jinyuan, head down, socially anxious, did not see any of it. Otherwise, he would have absolutely exploded. That's not what I meant. And Jiao scratched his nose and ignored the teasing and turned to grab the shadow beast. Come with me and carry it in. It's too big to handle in human form. Don't drag it on the ground, you'll damage the skin. Take it straight to the square. Huo ran in and shouted so loud the whole tribe already knows. The chieftain should be waiting for you there. Go quickly, your adoptive father is very worried. We need to continue our patrol, we won't hold you. And Lei took the lead and lifted one side, and she and Dong took the back and the far side, and Jiao stood at the front and carried the head. And Lin Jinyuan walked beside him and wanted to help, and Jiao stopped him. Yu was joking. How could they let a sub-beast help carry a beast that size? What about the orc's pride? Ask me what a chieftain says when a boy walks into the square with a nightmare on his back. And the square is enormous, 5 or 6 football fields, with a platform of stone and wood in the middle, and a lot of people already standing in front of it. And at the very front, a beast man who looks about 30, very tall, very strong, light brown hair, a leopard-patterned skin. And beside him, a man a head shorter, black hair, black eyes, handsome and gentle, and his gaze never left Jiao, full of concern and tenderness. And the moment they set the body down, the black-haired man strode over and grabbed Jiao's arm and looked him over carefully. It's good you're back. It's good you're back safe. How could you be gone so long? We were really worried. And then he saw the wound on Jiao's shoulder that hasn't finished closing, and the smile in his eyes turned instantly to heartache. And noticing that look, Jiao shifted his shoulders, uncomfortable. It's all right. I'm back safely. Adoptive father, don't worry, whispered. And the orc beside him came up too, and looked Jiao up and down with a serious expression, and eyes full of concern and joy. And once he confirmed the boy was fine, his face relaxed, and he smiled. "Good lad, you've been out so long. Let me see what you hunted." Huo was shouting about it from a mile away. "Father Beast," and Jiao nodded, and turned to the side, and revealed what was behind him. And that man's gaze fell on the shadow beast, and the smile went out of his eyes instantly and became disbelief. And he looked at Jiao. "Is it that thing?" And his voice trembled slightly. "Yes." And Jiao stared at him, intently. And hearing that, the man's gaze went serious and heavy, and he turned to another beastman. "Yay, go and call Xing here." "Good." And the orc turned and left, and was gone from the square fast. That's not celebration. The chieftain saw the greatest trophy in his tribe's history and sent for somebody. And Lin Jinyuan was completely bewildered, and so were all the other sub-beasts, and they exchanged confused looks, wondering how the mood turned that fast. "Chieftain, what are you saying? We don't understand." "Yes, clan leader. Jiao hunted a big one, and he doesn't seem happy." "Is something wrong with this beast? Tell us so we can all think of a solution." "Why is the clan leader suddenly so serious? I hope the Jiao boy isn't in trouble. You looks fine to me." And everyone started asking at once. And the square went chaotic, and some of them started worrying that Jiao might be hurt somewhere they couldn't see. "All right, stop. It's nothing serious. We'll talk when Xing arrives." And Jiao's father beast raised a hand and calmed them. And his adoptive father held Jiao tightly, eyes fixed on the corpse on the ground, as though they had some deep-seated hatred. And seeing those eyes, Lin Jinyuan remembered the identification. It prefers to eat sub-beastmen and orc cubs, and he had a guess. And soon the orc came back, bringing a lame orc who resembles Jiao's father beast. That must be Xing, taller than the chieftain, with an extremely hideous scar on the bad leg, presumably the cause of the limp. And he looked at Kuei and asked, "Kuei, what do you want?" And his voice was extremely hoarse, and his expression cold and gloomy, which contrasts sharply with his bright golden hair and eyes. "Xing, don't get too excited about what you're about to see. Control yourself." And then Kuei looked at Jiao. "Jiao, show your Uncle Xing the prey from your adult hunt." And Xing's gaze went to Jiao, and then behind him. And the moment he saw it, his eyes went wide, and bloodshot, and almost out of their sockets, and the veins came up on his forehead, and he lunged at it with incredible speed, roaring as he charged, and his hands became beast armor, and his face contorted into something animal, and his teeth were bared. And Xing, losing control, caught every single person there completely off guard. And seeing it, Kui rushed him without a thought and got both arms around his waist. "Ah, let me go, let me go! I'm going to kill it! I have to kill it! I'm going to crush its bones piece by piece and bite off its flesh bit by bit. Yam down, calm down, look carefully! It's dead!" And Kui said it urgently, and Xing struggled violently and started attacking him with his fingernails, ignoring every word. And Kui was being careful not to hurt him and got nearly thrown off several times. And fortunately, the orcs nearby, who had no idea what was happening, came in immediately and helped hold him. And they got him pinned to the ground. And unable to move, Xing went even more frantic, eyes so bloodshot it looked like he was about to weep blood. Let me go, ah!" And he roared. And because 4 men were on him and he couldn't move, the roar broke and became choked and became sobbing, and his limbs were held, and his fingers could still move. So he dug them into the ground and tried to crawl forward and dug 10 deep holes in the earth. And beast armor is hard and doesn't break easily, but because of the madness of its owner, several of his fingernails flipped up, leaving streaks of blood in the dirt. 10 holes. That man is pinned by 4 people and still trying to reach a corpse with his hands and tearing his own nails off to do it. Go to your father beast, quickly. Don't let him keep hurting himself. And that's Jiao, one hand protecting Lin Jinyuan, who is huddled behind him, the other holding up his own adoptive father, speaking to the terrified boy behind him. And Shi finally came back to himself and saw his father on the ground and ran over and lay down on the earth next to him. Father Beast, calm down. Father Beast, don't be like this. Father Beast, look at me. It's me. It's Lai. And his voice shook, and he was speaking incoherently. And as he spoke, he turned back into his leopard form and pushed his head against Xing and made a whimpering sound. like a cub. And hearing a cub whimper, Xing paused, slightly. And Kuei spoke immediately. Xing, look at the child in front of you. This is sure, your child. Yours and Yan Yi's. Do you want this child worrying about you too? How can you treat Shi and Yan Yi like this? The shadow beast is dead. Jiao killed it. Yan Yi's revenge has been achieved. Yan Yi. And those two words worked like a switch, and Xing stopped struggling instantly and stared blankly ahead and murmured the name. Yan Yi. Yan Yi. And hearing the name of his adoptive father, Shi looked up in disbelief at the animal he had just helped carry into the square and muttered to himself, "Is this the beast?" And nobody answered him. You carried it in, on his own back, laughing about it. That boy walked a mile with the thing that killed his father on his shoulder, cracking jokes about how big it was, and found out standing over it. And Xing had completely calmed, face covered in dust and tears, and Kuei gestured for the orcs to let go, and they hesitated a moment before releasing him, and kept their eyes on him, in case. And nobody spoke, some looking at Xing, some at Jiao, some at the shadow beast. And the older people looked dazed, and most of the teenagers, except Shi, looked confused. And sensing the weight in the air, not one of them dared to say anything. And after a long while, noise came from the entrance, and the atmosphere came back to life. The hunting team was home, and their leader, Chang Feng, came in with dozens of orcs behind him carrying prey, and saw the crowd, and saw the shadow beast displayed in the center, and stopped, and immediately dumped his kill on the ground and ran. Over, and his voice trembled slightly. Is this the shadow beast? Yes, Jiao killed it. And that's Xing, horse, already up off the ground, already back to cold and gloomy. And if it weren't for the flipped fingernails and the dirt on his face, you could not connect that man with the one who was screaming in the dirt 4 minutes ago. Chieftain, what exactly is going on? And finally somebody asked it out loud. And some people around looked like they understood, and some looked lost, and the young ones looked completely puzzled. And Kuei was silent a while, and took a deep breath, and looked around at them. Go and call everyone, every tribesman. Once they're all here, we'll say it all at once. And then he looked at the shadow beast, with a hint of sadness in his eyes, and composed himself fast, because as clan leader, he can't show it too openly. And because the chief gave the order, they came quickly. And after about 20 minutes, fewer and fewer were arriving. And Kui looked up and judged that nearly everyone was there. And whoever hadn't made it, he wasn't going to wait. And he went up onto the platform, and had the orcs carry the shadow beast up after him. And the square was loud, and Kui raised a hand, and they stopped and looked up at him. And he cleared his throat, and under the eyes of his whole tribe, slowly began. Do you all remember the wild animal attack on this tribe 10 years ago? And the square immediately began buzzing. 10 years ago, that attack was a wound that will never heal for our tribe. In that attack, we lost many of our people, orcs, sub-beasts, and many children. Most of you probably thought it was an ordinary wild animal attack, and they went quiet and looked up at him. And Kui turned and looked at the shadow beast, and paused, and continued. No, it was that despicable shadow beast that caused the attack. It wanted to steal all the food we had painstakingly stockpiled before winter. It craved sub-beasts and cubs. It orchestrated the attack. While most of our orcs were away on the autumn hunt, it used its talents to command many wild beasts against our tribe. It waited for the hunt. That thing knew the calendar. It knew when the fighters leave. It didn't attack a tribe. It attacked a tribe's schedule. There weren't many orcs left behind. The ones who stayed struggled to hold. Even the underage orcs fought, and the elderly, and there were too many beasts. By the time the hunting party got home, the tribe was full of them, and most of the people who stayed were dead or wounded. And the shadow beast, which caused all of it, took advantage of the attack, while our orcs were busy fighting the others, and snuck into our food storage. It didn't get enough food from the warehouse, so it avoided the orc, and only attacked the hidden sub-beasts and cubs. And Kui's voice trembled, and he closed his eyes to hide what was in them. It bit the sub-beasts and the cubs to death, and piled their bodies together. By the time we found it, the pile was already quite high. We fought it desperately, and it was cunning and powerful. We couldn't save them. All we could do was leave this scar on its face. And he walked to its head and lifted it, and let every person in that square see the scar clearly. That's what the scar is, not a wound from a fight. It's a receipt, the only mark an entire tribe managed to leave on the thing that ate their children, the sum total of everything they could do that day. And a cub saw them fail, and grew up, and went and finished it, alone. And the square erupted, because the attack 10 years ago was not an accident. It was orchestrated by a greedy, brutal animal. And some of the people who'd been confused suddenly understood something. Because the usual wild animal attacks on this tribe always happen in winters that run longer and harder than normal. Wild animals only come for a tribe when they're starving and can't find other prey. That's the realization going through that crowd. Beasts attack when they're desperate. That winter wasn't desperate, which means for 10 years they've been telling themselves a story about bad luck. And it was a plan. Ask me what a tribe does with 10 years of grief and no one left to give it to. Because the attack came in autumn, before winter, when food was plentiful, when the beasts were plump and strong and busy hunting, when no animal on earth would bother attacking a tribe, because it's far easier to hunt something meaty and weak than to fight orcs. And the number of beasts that day was far greater than any normal attack. You could describe it as a small beast tide. And Xing lowered his head, and his hands clenched into fists, and blood started coming out of those flip nails again because of the movement. And Shi stood beside him, and the hand supporting his father's arm was trembling. Father Beast! And Xing took several deep breaths, and calmed himself, and looked at Shi, and shook his head slightly, meaning, I'm fine. And after a long while, somebody finally spoke. Damn it! Damn it! My child, wah! Wah! My father Beast! He died in that attack! My partner too! And many people cried out loud. It's finally been killed! Who killed it? Yes, who killed it? You's a hero of our tribe! It was Jiao. You went out for adult hunting a while back. I think I saw him carry it in. No wonder he was gone so long. You was looking for this. They didn't know. 10 years of graves, and only a handful of orcs ever knew what did it. Everyone else buried a child and blamed the weather. And Kui didn't speak again, and let them empty themselves out. And after a long while, the square quieted, and then he said, 10 years later, Jiao went out on his adult hunt to find the shadow beast. You hunted it down and brought it home. This matter has finally come to a conclusion. And every eye went to Jiao, who was expressionless, and looked unusually indifferent. And Lan, the hunting team leader, walked over and hit him hard on the shoulder. You're great. And then turned around, and wiped his eyes, because his adoptive father was killed by the shadow beast, and his father beast died in that same battle. You turned around first, grown man, leads the hunt, feeds this settlement, and he had to face the other way to do it. And by the time it ended, it was dark, and walking to the chieftain's house behind Jiao, Lin Jinyuan went back over everything he'd seen the Qingshan tribe do that day, and made a decision. And inside, Kui and his partner Ming Yi were sitting in the middle, waiting. Father Beast, adoptive father, this is Lin Jinyuan. And Ming Yi smiled gently the moment they came in, and his eyes were still red, like he'd just been crying. And Kui looked at them with gentle eyes, and compared to how he was in front of the whole tribe, he seemed more like a father now. And a fire was going on the ground with a stone pot on it, meat slices and wild vegetables simmering, and the smell carried. And Lin Jinyuan rubbed his stomach, a little hungry. Lin Jinyuan, is that right? Welcome to our Qingshan tribe. Are you hungry? Eat something first. And Ming Yi scooped a bowl and handed it to him. Lin Jinyuan first, and then scooped another for Jiao. And then Jiao's hands got a full bowl pushed into them. You eat too. You've been busy all afternoon. Eat properly. And Kui handed a bowl to Ming Yi before serving himself. Watch the order. Guest, son, partner, himself. Nobody announced it. Nobody thought about it. That's just the order. And looking at that, Lin Jinyuan relaxed slightly, because he likes this atmosphere, and it made him a little homesick. And Ming Yi sensed it keenly, and put his bowl down. Jiao said he met you in the wild. Jiao doesn't usually have much contact with sub-beasts. If he did anything wrong, please don't hold it against him. No, Jiao is great. If I hadn't met him, I probably wouldn't have survived. And Lin Jinyuan put his bowl down and waved both hands, and Ming Yi shook his head, and continued. Jiao has already told us. When he met you, he hadn't finished his hunt. So instead of bringing you home immediately, he had you wait in a cave until he succeeded. That was too dangerous for you. You should not have insisted on hunting at the expense of a sub-beast's safety. I hope you can forgive him. And he looked apologetic. It's our fault, for not teaching him well. and Kui patted Mingyi's shoulder reassuringly, and looked at Lin Jinyuan with the same apology. And Jiao just stared at the ground in front of him, guilty, unable to look at him. You told them. You came home a hero, in front of his entire tribe, carrying a corpse that closed a 10-year wound, and the first thing he did in private was confess that he'd left a stranger in a cave for a few days. And his parents apologized for him, and blamed themselves for his upbringing. And hearing that, Lin Jinyuan could barely stay in his seat, and nearly jumped up. No, that's not true. I'm already very lucky to have met Jiao. You've done a lot to protect me, and I've caused him a lot of trouble. Yu's hunting dangerous beasts, and he still has to worry about my safety. And Mingyi looked at him with some surprise, because that reaction was genuinely strong. And here's why it's stronger than he knows. Because Lin Jinyuan just got here, and he's still protected by the system. And although he understands this world is dangerous, he does not actually know how dangerous a sub-beast alone in the wild is. Out there, without an orc, it's essentially the same as death. And leaving a sub-beast alone in a cave is, for Jiao, an enormous risk. Which means Jiao didn't just take a chance with a stranger's life. Yu gambled, 5 days from home, on a hunt he'd waited 10 years for, and the entire time, in his own head, he was a bad orc. And Jiao looked at him in disbelief, because he knew Lin Jinyuan had never blamed him. Yu never expected Lin Jinyuan to think this. Yu thinks he caused me trouble. Don't be nervous. Sit. Eat something first, the soup will get cold. And Mingyi changed the subject immediately, to settle him. And Lin Jinyuan realized his overreaction had caused a misunderstanding. And he sat down, and picked up the bowl, and took a sip of meat soup, and his eyes narrowed, because it's so good. And after days of barbecue in a row, he was almost moved to tears, and he immediately started eating it in big mouthfuls. Slow down, don't choke, there's plenty left. And a hint of affection went through Mingyi's eyes, watching him eat without looking up. And he glanced at Jiao unintentionally. And Jiao was staring blankly at Lin Jinyuan too, and Mingyi paused slightly, and his tone got even gentler. You can treat this place as your tribe, as your home. We are all your people, your family. And hearing it, Lin Jinyuan stopped what he was doing and did not raise his head, and blinked until he'd held the tears back, and then nodded, slightly. 6 days ago, a brick hit him on a street, and a drunk driver finished the job, and a machine read it to him, like a bus timetable. And nobody in this room knows any of that. They just fed him first. And only once he was lying down in the room they'd prepared for him, did the system belatedly speak. Mission complete. Joining the Qingshan tribe. All existing functions are now enabled. Start main quest. Develop the Qingshan tribe. Long term. Discovering or inventing anything beneficial to the Qingshan tribe, or implementing any measure beneficial to the tribe, constitutes development and will grant energy. Energy is of great importance to both the system and the host. Please actively explore methods beneficial to the tribe's development. Note: the system promotes healthy development and rejects vicious competition. System upgrade reward: an unnamed landscape painting. Its specific use? Please upgrade actively and explore it yourself. An unnamed landscape painting? That's the reward. A picture, with no explanation attached. That machine gave a man a painting and told him to figure it out. And as the notifications were still coming, footsteps stopped outside his door, and Jiao's voice came through the curtain. Lin Jinyuan, are you asleep? Core, not yet, come in. And Jiao came in carrying clean beast skin. It's getting cool at night. Adoptive father asked me to bring you these. Thank you. And Lin Jinyuan took them and turned and started spreading them on the stone bed. And when he finished, he found Jiao hadn't left, standing by a stone platform against the wall, looking at the things on it. And Lin Jinyuan remembered there were small wooden toys up there, and some pretty stones, probably toys Jiao played with when he was little. This must be his room, and I'm temporarily taking it. So he walked over to Jiao, who was staring at the little toys, lost in thought. Are these your toys from when you were small? No, that's not it. And Jiao snapped out of it and denied it. Then why are they in your room? This isn't my room. And Jiao's voice was unusually low. This is my younger brother's room. Anans, use a little sub-beast, and Lin Jinyuan was more confused than before. Jiao has only just come of age. His younger brother would be even younger than him. So how is there a room free for me to live in? And I didn't see any little sub-beast at the clan leader's house today. No. It avoids the orcs, and only attacks the hidden sub-beasts and cubs, and piles the bodies together. That's an 8-year-old's room, with his toys still on the shelf, and his pretty stones. And they gave it to a guest, and put clean skins on the bed, and kept the toys where they are. Oh, right, Lin Jinyuan, and Jiao's voice interrupted his thoughts. What is it? Actually, I came because I have something to tell you. And he looked at Lin Jinyuan with a very serious expression. Go on. Although my adoptive father already said it, I still feel I should apologize to you personally. Huh? What is there to apologize for? For insisting on hunting the shadow beast, and leaving you alone in a cave in the wild, without considering your safety. I feel I should apologize to you in person, and I hope you can forgive me. And he said it with genuine sincerity, because even though his parents already apologized for it, he couldn't let it go. You needed to say it face to face. You came to the room to say it. The room. That room. You walked in there, where his brother's toys are still sitting on the shelf, carrying blankets, to apologize for the thing he did while killing the animal that emptied it. No. I really didn't care about this. I've never blamed you. You don't need to take it to heart. I heard about it this afternoon. The shadow beast caused your tribe so much pain. You finally found it. Of course you couldn't let it go. I understand. After you killed it, I saw your tribe. And although they were sad about what happened, they were also very happy and relieved. You are a hero to your tribe. And he explained it in a hurry, because he never expected Jiao to be still carrying this. Because even though they haven't known each other long, Jiao's sincerity keeps leaving him with nothing to say. And hearing that, Jiao's gaze went complicated. Because he knew Lin Jinyuan never cared about it. You simply believed it was his own mistake, and that he had to apologize for it. What he did not expect was that Lin Jinyuan would call hunting the shadow beast the act of a hero. Nobody said it to him. Not the patrol leader, not the chieftain, not Lan, who turned around to cry, not the whole square that erupted. They said, "You're great." They said, "This is concluded." They said his name, and every one of them was looking at the thing on the ground while they said it. And a stranger who's known him 6 days looked at him and said the word. Ask me what an 8-year-old's empty room does to a man who is only ever passing through. And Jiao stared at him a while, and then slowly said, "Actually, I had to kill it, and not just because of the tribe." And he stopped there, and hesitated, several times, like he wanted to say something. And Lin Jinyuan could feel him suppressing it. Yu wants to tell someone, and he doesn't want to tell Kuei and Ming Yi. Would you be willing to tell me about it? Cautiously, and Jiao's gaze drifted off into the distance, like he'd gone somewhere else. You can't tell his parents, because whatever this is, telling them would hurt them, and he's been carrying it alone for 10 years, and a man he's known 6 days asked. And that was enough. And what Lin Jinyuan heard next was that attack from the inside, and it is far crueler than the chieftain's version. It was autumn, 10 years ago, and every year at that time, the orcs send most of their number out in rotation for the autumn hunt, leaving 1/3 behind to guard. And the sub-beasts use the harvest season to gather everything edible before winter, because everything is at its fattest, and carnivores can easily catch plump prey that can't fight back. They wouldn't even consider a tribe, because orcs aren't to be trifled with, and a sub-beast or a cub under 10 has little meat and little fat and can't carry a predator through winter. And attacking might get you a troublesome orc and get you killed. And the attack came anyway, half a month before winter, when the tribe was preparing for the last autumn hunt, and Kui and Xing led 2/3 of the orcs out, and each hunt runs 7 days, and on the 3rd day, Jiao and Shi were on the flat ground behind the mountain, as usual, following the adults who teach the little beastmen to hunt. And children here means little beastmen from 4 to 14, because at 14, you have a certain ability to protect yourself, and you leave to become a reserve, and follow the hunting team to learn to fight. And at noon, Mingye brought food up the back mountain for Jiao and Shi, and Yue wasn't feeling well, so he stayed home, and Yan Yi took care of him. That's it, that's the whole thing. The baby had a cold, so he stayed in with his other father. And then the patrol's warning roar went up, and Jiao, trained for years already, understood it instantly. The tribe is under attack, large numbers, it's dangerous. And the teachers' faces changed, and they immediately assigned 3 orcs to take the training children and the sub-beasts who'd come with food to a designated refuge cave. And every other orc transformed and ran at the loudest noise. and Mingye and Jiao and Shi went with the three to the cave. And while they waited, more cubs and sub-beasts kept arriving, escorted in by orcs who then immediately left again to keep fighting. And the place is well hidden. It's difficult for beasts to find. And for some reason, beasts kept darting toward it this time. And fortunately, the three orcs handled them. Kwang, are you all right? I'm more worried about what's happening up front. What happened? Why are there so many? Kwang, Shan, careful. There are too many of them. And more came. And there were always one or two that slipped the line and ran at the cave. And seeing that, the older little beastmen inside transformed and gathered together and fought the ones that got through, taking the pressure off the three adults, so the three adults could focus on the strong ones. Children, holding the door, so the grown-ups could handle the real ones. And gradually, fewer came, and just as they thought it was ending, an orc came running from a distance, covered in wounds, hair matted with blood, carrying news from the front. Kwang, Shan, Lei, there are too many. Lan says he's calling up every little beastman 12 or older to join the battle. Yu's already sent someone to find Kui and Xing. We have to hold until they bring the hunters back. Only 2 of you stay here. Every other qualified beastman with me. And that is not good news, because here's the order this world uses when a tribe faces annihilation. First, the adult orcs in their prime. Second, if that isn't enough, the elderly orcs, and the little beastmen over 14. Finally, every little beastman over 12, and if they still can't hold, then some of the adults, and the seriously wounded who can't move, and all the elderly, fight to the death. To buy the lightly wounded, the sub-beasts, and the cubs a chance to run. That's not a battle plan. That's a liquidation schedule, written down, understood by everybody, including the children, who know exactly which line they're on. And hearing it, the 12-year-olds immediately turned into beast forms, and their sizes varied. The largest is 2/3 of an adult. The smallest is less than half. And they were all ready. And inside the cave, the sub-beasts watched their children transform and walk out with the adults. And their eyes went red. Because even the adults are struggling to hold. How many of these little beastmen could possibly survive? And while Mingyi wasn't looking, Jiao transformed and tried to slip into the group, because he was going to find Yue and Uncle Yenye. They'd been in that cave a long time, and many sub-beasts and children had been escorted in, and Yue and Yanye were not among them. And his adoptive father was so anxious, he dug his own nails into his flesh and hadn't noticed. And Shi was 6, so it had to be him. But he forgot one thing. Yu was 8. And although he was bigger than the others his age, he got spotted immediately and picked out of a crowd of 12-year-olds and thrown back into the cave. 8-year-old brats, stay here. It's not your turn to fight yet. And the man, left with Shan and the 12-year-olds. It's not your turn yet. Not no. Not children don't fight. Yet. And they waited a long time. And several more sub-beasts and cubs got brought in. And still no Yue. And still no Yanye. And he got more worried when the 12-year-olds started coming back, unconscious, or seriously wounded. And the adoptive fathers of the unconscious ones held them and wept silently, not knowing whether their child would ever wake up. And the wounded ones who came back licked their own wounds and nestled into their father's arms, and comforted them. Read that again? The child comes back torn open and lies in his father's arms, and comforts the parent. Because that's what they do here. The hurt one does the reassuring. Jiao learned that at 8, and he's still doing it. And as for the little beastmen who did not come back, they might be alive, or they may simply never get the chance to be carried in. And Jiao got out, because 5 more beasts came, and the 10-year-olds transformed and stood beside an orc named Lei, bearing their still tender fangs. And Jiao's beast form is about the size of a 10-year-old, so he blended in unnoticed. And everyone watched with held breath, because the 10-year-olds look so small against those things. And here's how children fight in this world. Lei fights desperately, and the 10-year-olds, small and fast, harass. They hit while the beast is focused on the adult. And they run without looking back the second it turns. And Lei takes the opening, and kills it. Strike and run, strike and run. And after the 3rd beast went down, Jiao slipped out of the fight and was gone. Yu used a battle as an exit. 8 years old, fought 3 monsters as a diversion, and left through the gap. And when the fight ended, and all 5 were dead, and the children turned back into boys and went inside, Mingyi realized Jiao wasn't there, and he almost went mad, and ran to the cave mouth and grabbed Lei and cried, "Jiao hasn't come back. You must have run out to look for Yue and Yan Ye. Please, bring him back. Yu's only 8. I'm sorry, I can't leave here." And Lei refused, reluctantly, because he is the only one left guarding this place, and he cannot let anything happen to it. And he has to wait here for news, and if it comes to it, he's the one who leads everyone in that cave out. And Mingyi understood him, and let go, and went back inside. Because as the clan leader's partner, he had already acted recklessly by running out to ask, and he couldn't make things difficult for Lei now. Yu let go. His 8-year-old is out there in it, and he let go of that man's arm and walked back into the cave, because there were other people's children in there too, and Lei was the only door they had. And Jiao moved fast through the tribe, all black, small, inconspicuous, in a settlement full of beasts and full-grown orcs. And he knew running was a risk, and he also knew that every sub-beast and cub who got escorted to safety only got there because they happened to run into an orc who wasn't already tangled up with something. In chaos like that, nobody is going out to look for the ones scattered around the tribe, and there isn't time. Father Beast and Uncle Xing aren't here. If I don't go looking, nobody will bother. And he was confident, because from the age of 4, when he started training, he had clearly understood that he was much stronger than the others his age. So he ran through tree shade and the shadows of ruins, and the smells were too mixed to track, so he used his eyes. And he avoided the beasts and ran home first. No trace of Yan Ye. They're not home. So he turned and ran for Xing and Yan Ye's house, which sits relatively close to the outside of the tribe, which is the closest place to where the animals come in. If Yue and Yan Ye are there, then, and Jiao did not let himself finish that thought. And he crossed the square from the side and went straight there, and found it in ruins, ravaged. And instantly his limbs went ice cold, like his blood had frozen, and he ran inside, and they weren't there. And, thankfully, there was no trace of their blood either. So he read the sense, and locked a direction, and ran. And several times beasts spotted him on the way, and every time he used his knowledge of the ground to lose them. Because for a 12-year-old little beastman, if a beast finds you and you want to run, it's hard for the beast to stop you. And Jiao's strength is about that of a 12-year-old. And he followed Yan Yi and Yue's scent, and before long it drowned in the thick smell of beasts and orc blood, because a large battle had happened there, and it was too complex to read. And Jiao hid under the ruins and looked around, frantic, because there are too many of them here, and further ahead is the main battlefield, and rushing in would be enormous danger. And he was so anxious he was scratching at his own head, trying to think. And then the hunters came home, and their roars were deafening, full of boundless rage, like they wanted to tear the sky open. And hearing it, the orcs still fighting inside the tribe took it like adrenaline, and roared back. And many of those roars were far more immature than an adult's. Children answering. That's what the hunting party heard when they came over the hill. Their sons roaring back. And Jiao knew they'd be safe soon. And it made him bolder, because clearing the beasts will take time. So he decided to keep searching, and protect them himself when he found them. You could fight. You could buy time until the adults arrived. So he climbed up high and looked, because Uncle Yenye has a head of red hair, very eye-catching. Get high enough, and I'll definitely find them. And he found Yenye, near the warehouse, with an enormous gray-black beast attacking them. And Yenye had been knocked down by its paw, and the stored food had been turned over and piled to one side. And on the other side? And Jiao's pupils contracted, because it was many sub-beasts, and sub-beast cubs, piled in a heap. And the beast was using its claws to poke at Yenye, lying on the ground, trying to turn him over, because he had Yue in his arms, held tight underneath him. And the beast was leaving wounds on his back. And it seemed to find his reaction amusing, gently swishing its tail, making excited noises, and every nudge left a wound, and not one of them was enough to kill him. And Yenye tried, several times, to get up, and grab Yue, and run, and every time it shocked him down, and then bit his back and his legs in a fit of rage, and he was soon covered in blood, and the beast wasn't done playing, and it was not going to kill him. It was playing with a father in front of a pile of children, and the man wouldn't stop trying to run, and that's why it was fun. And Jiao's eyes went bloodshot watching it, and he ran at them like a madman, letting out a low growl of absolute rage. And suddenly the beast stopped, and raised its head, and glanced, provocatively, in another direction, and then lost interest in torturing Yan Ye, and bit him to death. It looked somewhere else first. Not at Jiao. Somewhere else. That thing was performing. For someone. And when the show stopped being worth it, it closed the act. And an 8-year-old was still running. Ask me who that animal was looking at. Xing. And a heart-wrenching roar came from that direction, and Xing came out of it at the beast. And it dodged him, and then used its claws to swat Yan Yi's body off the ground, and sent it flying, and it landed heavily near the pile. And Jiao saw that even then, even dead, Yan Yi was still holding Yue tightly in his arms. It waited. It saw the husband coming, and it finished the show first. And Jiao saw Xing throw himself at it like a madman, attacking recklessly, and Jiao saw the disdain in the beast's eyes, and the mockery, and he watched all of it. You watched Xing lose. You watched him nearly get killed several times, and he couldn't help. So he roared at the sky, calling every orc nearby. And here's the thing about Xing. With his strength, even if he couldn't win, he could easily have survived. You just watched his partner get torn apart in front of him, and he was not willing to leave. And orcs heard the roar and came, and Kui and 3 from the hunting team saw Xing losing and went straight in. And that beast was incredibly powerful. More powerful than anything they'd ever seen. It took 5 adult beastmen to gain a slight advantage. And understand what that means. An adult orc can comfortably fight 2 ordinary beasts and kill one. And every man there was among the best in the tribe. And as the beasts across the settlement were killed or driven off by the returning hunters, the thing began to withdraw. And it feigned an opening, and ate 2 attacks on purpose, and ran. And just as Kui and the others breathed out and turned to deal with the rest, Xing went after it, and Kui had no time to stop him. "Ye, you, bring Xing back. The rest of us clear the tribe." It faked the gap, because it wanted to be followed. And Jiao ran straight to Yan Yi, and saw him covered in blood and gone, and made a small, sad sound, and pushed at him with his head, hoping he'd wake up, and he was destined to be disappointed. And then he felt something move his whiskers, a breath, and he looked up at Yue in Yan Ye's arms. "He's still breathing. Yue is still breathing." And he pulled him out of Yan Ye's arms, and Yan Ye was holding him very tightly, and Jiao didn't want to damage Yan Ye's body, so it took him some effort to get Yue free without hurting him. 8 years old, working a baby out of a dead man's grip carefully because the dead man is his uncle and you don't tear him. And Yue's breath was very weak and could stop at any second. Severe head injury, and deep bite marks on his back that showed bone. And Jiao didn't know what to do, so he just kept licking Yue's wounds and praying he'd live. And after a long time, the tribe was clear, and the orcs roared that it was safe, signaling the guards to bring everyone out of hiding. And Jiao noticed Yue's breathing getting weaker, and weaker, and tears wet the fur on his face, and he squatted there helplessly, and wailed. And when Kui arrived with Mingye and Shi, Yue's breath was barely audible, and Jiao had his forelegs around him, head resting gently on his body, whimpering. And in the end, Yue died in Mingye's arms. And Kui was expressionless, and his nails were dug so deep into his own palms that his hands were bloody. And Jiao's younger brother, the one who followed him around calling him brother from the moment he could speak, the one who loved to hug his neck and act cute, the one who loved to ride on his back around the tribe, there is none left. There is none left. That's the sentence. That's how it's written. Not, he died. You is just not there anymore. And Mingyi fainted immediately. And Shi, lying across Yan Yi's chest, wailed and fainted too. And when Yi and Yu brought Xing back, it was already late at night, and they carried him, unconscious, to Kui's house. And they said they chased him and ran into other beasts blocking the way. And by the time they dealt with them and got moving again, he was out of sight. And when they found him, one of his legs was broken, and he was pinned under the shadow beast, which had a scar on its face so deep it showed bone. Xing did that. Broken leg, on the ground, dying, and the mark the whole tribe has been looking at for 10 years is his. And just as it was about to kill him, they arrived. And fearing more were coming, the shadow beast didn't have time to finish, and ran into the deep jungle. And Xing was badly hurt, and collapsed with a broken leg. And even lying on the ground, he did not forget to crawl in the direction it went. And they ran over and forcibly took him home. And the whole way, he struggled to keep chasing it, until he collapsed from exhaustion. And when they got back, everyone saw how bad it was, and thought he wouldn't survive. But Yan Yi is dead, and Kuei and Ming Yi have already lost Yue, and they cannot and will not give up Xing. So Kuei ran the reconstruction every day, directing people to dispose of beast carcasses and bury the dead, coming home very late, and the first thing he did every night was go and look at Xing and Shi. And Ming Yi forced himself to stay home and care for Xing with Jiao and Shi, and Xing stayed unconscious, and Ming Yi carefully ground meat into mince and mixed it with broth to feed him. And Kuei turned into beast form every night to lick his wounds clean. And the best food in that house went to Xing first, minced in broth. And several times in that process, Xing almost stopped breathing, and he was under for 5 days. And the old people still alive in that tribe all said that injuries like that give you 3 days, at most. And it had been 5. And he'd survived several close calls. And with orc regeneration, he might actually live. And on the 7th day, Xing woke up. And the elders said it was because his will to live was strong, that he didn't want to die, so he stubbornly pulled through. They were wrong about why. And Kui expected him to break down, to rage, to try to hurt himself. So he kept an orc posted at the house at all times. And when Xing woke up, he was very quiet, completely unlike the confident, flamboyant #1 warrior of the tribe, as if all his energy had vanished overnight. And he was unbelievably docile. And it was all an act. Because the moment Kui lowered his guard and decided Xing wouldn't cause trouble, Xing ran, slipped the patrols, went into the forest to find the shadow beast, with a shattered leg, 7 days out of a coma. And in the end, Kui personally led a party to catch him and drag him home, and Xing fought them frantically, trying to break loose, so Kui tied him with vines. And then brought Shi to him and said, "You want revenge on the shadow beast? Fine. But look at this child, yours and Yan Ye's. What happens to Shi if you die?" The tribe provides free care for children who lose both parents, and you know there is a significant difference between a child with parents and a child without. And even if Ming Ye and I adopt him, don't forget Ming Ye's health has always been poor. And we lost Yue. Yu's worse now than he was. How is he supposed to take good care of 2 little beast men? I've said my piece. If you still want to die, go ahead. I won't stop you. That's the cruelest kindness in this entire recap. You didn't say live for me. You didn't say he'd want you to go on. You handed a broken man an itemized invoice. Here is exactly what your death costs. And here is the child who pays it, and then untied him. And after that, Xing went completely silent. And when Kuei released the vines, he walked over to Shi, and picked him up, and held him, and stared blankly into nothing for a long time, and then burst into tears. And later, the unrestrained, flamboyant Xing was gone, leaving only a gloomy, indifferent figure standing permanently in the shadows. And the sunlight cannot get the darkness off him, because the light in his heart went out, permanently. And now go back 3 hours. That's the man who lunged at a corpse in the square. That's the man who dug 10 holes in the ground with his own hands and tore his nails off. You wasn't insane. You's been waiting 10 years for permission. And Lin Jinyuan listened to all of it, quietly. And Jiao's voice was very calm, like a stone full of sharp edges put into someone's heart and polished with flesh and blood and worn smooth by every kind of torment. And when Lin Jinyuan came back to himself, he looked at Jiao, half in shadow, and slowly reached out and patted his shoulder, and opened his mouth, and after a while, found his voice. It said low, and silence again. And finally Jiao broke it, and he spoke with a smile, as always. "Sorry for talking to you about random things in the middle of the night." And his voice was as clear and energetic as the first time Lin Jinyuan ever heard it, without a trace of gloom in it. "It's late. Get some rest. I'm going." And before Lin Jinyuan could answer, he was up and at the door and gone through the curtain. "Sorry for talking about random things. You carried that for 10 years. You told one person, and apologized for the inconvenience, and put the voice back on his way out the door." And Lin Jinyuan lay down on the clean beast skin with all of it still going in his head, No wonder there are so few sub-beasts in this tribe. There are hardly any cubs at all. Look around and it's almost all orcs and little beastmen. You noticed the demographics on day 1 and thought nothing of it. It's a hole in the population shaped exactly like one afternoon. And here's what he understood. If Kuei, as chieftain, told the tribe what caused the attack, from the tribe's perspective, then he was giving an account. And Jiao told me what it was like for one ordinary person. Helplessness, despair, and losing the people you love. And it made me understand something deeper. That attack didn't just cost this tribe a visible number of people. It left permanent psychological damage on everyone who survived it. And 10 years hasn't healed it in the slightest. It only gets buried deeper as time goes on. And in the middle of all that, Lin Jinyuan fell asleep and woke up close to noon and got out of bed fast because sleeping till noon in someone else's house is embarrassing. And Mingyi was already making lunch, and Jiao and Kuei weren't home. And he smiled at Lin Jinyuan as he came out. "You're awake? Did you sleep well?" "I slept very well. The beast skin is so soft and comfortable, thank you." And he said it with a smile. And he did not sleep well. And his mind is a mess. Because Jiao was the first person he met in this world, and has been kind to him from the first second. And even though Lin Jinyuan is a fully grown adult man, he still can't help developing a craving for a fledgling. And he can feel Jiao's sadness, and his pain. And he can feel what Jiao feels for that tribe, and for those people. And therefore, Lin Jinyuan wants to do something for this tribe. Not because he needs to upgrade a system, because he genuinely wants to. There it is. That's the turn. 6 days ago, he was doing arithmetic on a panther's pity and feeling guilty about it, and doing it anyway because he wanted to live. And the deal he made with himself in that cave just quietly expired. Nobody made him. The machine can't even tell. That's good. The food will be ready soon, and Lin Jinyuan ruffled his own hair and went outside and filled his little water bottle and washed up. I need a toothbrush. I haven't brushed my teeth properly since I got here. I can ask Jiao if there's animal hair suitable for bristles. Also, willow branches work as toothbrushes? I wonder if there's anything similar around. I can ask the system. 5 minutes after deciding to devote himself to these people, he's inventing dental hygiene. Because that's what he has. And thinking about the system, completing the first task unlocked the other sections. And I never got to look because Jiao came over. I'll take some time today and study them properly. And back inside, Mingyi had lunch ready, and Lin Jinyuan looked at the portions and asked, "Won't the clan leader and Jiao be back at noon?" And Mingyi shook his head. They went to the patrol team. They won't be back at noon unless something happens. Jiao is an adult now. You needs to get up to speed on a lot of things, quickly. You can't be the way he was as a reserve. You got home yesterday, walked a month, killed the thing that ate his brother, slept one night, and he's on patrol at dawn. Ask me what a man builds when he finally decides to stay. And Lin Jinyuan took the food and sat on the stone bench and got most of the way through it before he looked up and asked the question he'd been chewing on longer than the meat. How do I own a house in the tribe? What contributions do I need to make? And Mingyi looked at him with some surprise. Are you going to live alone? And Lin Jinyuan looked puzzled and nodded anyway. Yes. Is that not allowed? It's not impossible. Anyone in the tribe can build a house in the tribe, and then, still looking at him, however, you can live with us. And then, as if remembering something, Jiao is an adult now. You'll be moving out soon, so don't worry. You thought the problem was Jiao. You thought the boy was crowding him. Man is already solving for the comfort of a house guest who hasn't asked to stay. And Lin Jinyuan caught the misunderstanding and jumped on it. No, I just feel really bad about staying at your house all this time. And Mingyi did not accept the resignation. But you're not an adult yet. How can an underage sub-beast live alone? If you're all alone, other families will adopt you. Don't be embarrassed. And here's what Lin Jinyuan does not know. Mingyi really wanted to adopt him. You discussed it with Kuei last night, and Kuei was very supportive. Last night. The night Kuei stood in a square and walked 600 people through the worst day of his life. You came home from that and had a conversation about adopting the stray. I'm already 22 years old. I'm an adult. And Lin Jinyuan was surprised, and Mingyi was more surprised than him. But Jiao told me you haven't succeeded yet. And Lin Jinyuan was shocked, because he has never discussed this with Jiao in his life, and what in the world has given that panther the illusion that he is underage? Buddy, you couldn't lift a rock. You cried at a campfire. You had to be carried for a month. You got winded walking uphill. You have the upper body strength of a decorative gourd. In a world where 4-year-olds hunt. Use not guessing, use reading the data. Ah, you must have misunderstood. I'm sorry. And Mingyi apologized immediately. It's all right. Maybe I did something that made him misunderstand. And he did approximately everything that would make him misunderstand. And he breathed out, because as long as the explanation is clear, everything's fine. And the explanation was not clear, because Mingyi went straight on. However, even when you are an adult, you can still live in our house until you find a partner. Watch the footwork. Adulthood was never the requirement. You moved the goalpost mid-sentence and kept walking like nothing happened. And Mingyi was genuinely puzzled by the whole conversation, because here's how it actually works around here. Little beastmen without parents get gathered up and raised by the tribe as a group. But little sub-beasts are different. They aren't hardy. They need meticulous care to survive at all. So they get adopted by able-bodied families instead. Because sub-beasts eat little, and for a family with adult beastmen, one more mouth is not a problem. And little beastmen start learning to hunt at 4. And the adults teaching them take them into the patrol zone to find small animals for practice, which conveniently supplements their meals. Because on top of what the tribe hands out, an older little beastman can always find a way to eat. Read that twice. The orphan system isn't charity, it's a curriculum. They hand the kid a syllabus and a set of teeth, and by 8 he's feeding himself, and the tribe files it under solved. And the sub-beasts get adopted because everybody knows they die in that curriculum by Tuesday. This is a society that has quietly done the math on every category of person it contains. Thank you so much for your kindness, but I still prefer to live alone. And he had his reasons, and neither of them was rudeness. Yu has a machine in his head, and if they spend too much time together, it's inevitable somebody notices the abnormality. And he needs space to research things that are actually useful to this tribe. And Mingyi looked at him for a long moment, checking whether this was politeness or a real answer, and decided it was real, and didn't push, and only said, with some disappointment, I understand. Jiao is also planning to build a house and move out, so I'll help you build one too. And then he perked straight back up. Your houses can be built closer together, so if you have any difficulties, you can ask him for help. And you can also come to our house to play often. Man got told no, and rerouted in 4 seconds flat to a compromise, where the stray lives 12 feet away and still shows up for dinner. Somebody get this guy a chair on the negotiating team. Okay, and this time Lin Jinyuan didn't refuse, because he can tell Mingyi likes him very much, and had even been thinking about adopting him, which is exactly what Jiao warned him about yesterday. And Mingyi was overjoyed, and his eyes crinkled up with it. And Mingyi is a very approachable person, and it is genuinely comfortable to be around him. And by the time Jiao and Kuei got home that night, he'd already dropped the surname and was calling Lin Jinyuan by his first name. One lunch, Man got promoted from houseguest to first-name basis over a single bowl of meat. And Lin Jinyuan helped with dinner, because he hasn't cooked much in his life, but the local methods are not what you'd call demanding. You grill it, or you boil it. So he found it very easy. And he's staying here until the house is built, and he cannot just sit there doing nothing. The entire culinary tradition of this continent is a coin flip. Heads, fire, tails, water. Remember that. It'll matter sooner than you think. And during the meal, Mingyi put it on the table. Jiao, when you build your house, why don't you build one for Jinyuan too? And Jiao's reaction was word for word Mingyi's reaction at noon. Mingyi living with us? Is he going to live alone? And Kuei had already briefed him on the adoption idea that day. Yes, it's Jinyuan's idea. We've decided and discussed it. You should build the 2 houses closer together so you can easily help him. Now let's eat. We can talk about any questions tomorrow. And that's Mingyi closing his son's mouth mid-question. Note who actually runs that house. Man is the chieftain's partner, weighs roughly as much as a wet cloak, and adjourns debate at the dinner table. And Kui listened to all of it and rearranged his son's entire week in one breath. Then you can only go to the patrol team for half a day these 2 days. For the hunting team, go there after you finish building the house. And Kui wasn't surprised that Lin Jinyuan wanted to live alone. Yu was surprised that Chu Ye agreed to let an underage sub-beast live alone, and he looked across the table at Lin Jinyuan and quietly decided that maybe this sub-beast just looks like an underage person. The chieftain, live at dinner, is downgrading his estimate from child to unfortunate-looking adult. That's the warmest thing anyone has said about Lin Jinyuan since he got here. And seeing all 3 of them lined up, Jiao let it go and went straight to specs. What kind of house do you want to build? Do you have any special requirements? And Lin Jinyuan thought about it for a second. I mainly want to fence off a small plot of land near the house, preferably a place where I can grow things. And nobody at that table blinked, because grow things in a world with no agriculture means nothing at all. It's noise. It's the weird sub-beast wanting a weird yard. Hang on to that sentence. It's the single most dangerous thing anybody says in this entire episode. And after dinner, they cleaned the stone pots and bowls and went back to the room, and he sat down on the stone bed. System. Yes, host. Instant. Like it had been standing behind the door with its hands folded. And the panel came up half-transparent in front of his eyes, and everything that was locked before is open now, plus something brand new. A void space where energy can be used. And it looks completely empty, with only a few wisps of mist-like gas drifting past occasionally, which should be the so-called energy. This is the space where the host can store energy. When energy is obtained, the system will extract a portion of it to fill this space for the host to use freely. There is no limit to the energy storage capacity. The energy has a huge impact. Please actively develop tribe. The energy has a huge impact. That's the entire spec sheet. The substance that can allegedly send him home, described with all the enthusiasm of a microwave manual, and then straight back to the sales pitch. Please actively develop tribe. Buddy, I have been actively developing tribe for 6 days. I have the emotional damage to prove it. And he did the arithmetic on it because he always does. You used energy. Hiding in that cave, and he was in debt at the time, so that counts as spending. And the space looks empty, but there's something in there. Whatever's left of 2 hidden missions after the overdraft ate its cut. Yeah, man's still reading his own bank statement. 2 heroic acts, 1 outstanding overdraft, net position, a fart of glitter. And then he turned to the 6 sections, and exploration and identification had picked up minor adjustments and supplementary explanations. Exploration. 50 meters, 1/1 cooldown, runs 20 minutes continuously. Identification. Unchanged. Still 3/3 days. And then his eyes landed on the 3rd one, and he sat up. Warehouse. With this, wouldn't it be like having a personal space? And he clicked it, and a space unfolded in his mind, 3 meters by 3 by 3, with a notification attached. Living things cannot be stored, and items stored inside have their time frozen. Time frozen. In a world where food rots, medicine wilts, and every winter is a countdown to a body count. That isn't an inventory slot. That's a refrigerator, a pantry, a pharmacy, and a granary. 27 cubic meters of future, handed to a man in a hut. And his first thought is... Yu stroked his chin and glanced at the beast skin on the stone bed, and the blanket vanished, and reappeared in the warehouse. And his eyes lit up, and he thought, take it out. And it vanished from the warehouse and landed on his lap. And he held it and turned it over left and right, and then, struck by a thought, put it back in. And when he took it out this time, it wasn't on his lap. It was in a corner of the bed. You can specify a location. And there he goes. The man spent his first night with an interdimensional pocket running quality assurance on a blanket. Blanket in, blanket out. Blanket in, blanket out. A cat would have gotten bored. And after several more experiments with that long-suffering beast skin, he pinned the specs down. Within a 1-meter radius centered on himself, he can pull things in and put things out and choose exactly where they land. And he rated it honestly, which is the part I like. Exploration has a limited scope and only reaches a few places. Identification is a blind box, too few attempts, cooldown too long, and what you get depends entirely on luck. And there isn't much worth identifying that he can even reach right now. Warehouse wins. It isn't close. 6 days in, and the man has correctly tier-listed his own superpowers. Warehouse, A tier. Exploration, situational. Identification, gotcha. Yu's not playing the game. Yu's writing the wiki. And then the last 3. Mall, encyclopedia, character. And he opened the mall and found categories inside. Finished products, catalogs, materials. And buying costs energy. And the finished products are pre-made things you can use the second you buy them, and they cost the most. And it's far cheaper to buy the design and the materials and build the thing yourself, and then you can keep building it forever as long as the materials hold out. And if a finished product breaks, it's broken. That's the whole story. No warranty, no support line. So the machine that fell out of the sky onto a dying man has a store in it, with a premium tier. Buy the fish, pay full price. Buy the fishing lesson, pay less, and eat forever. Somewhere, a god is running a very aggressive Q3. And Lin Jinyuan looked at his empty storage and silently closed them all because he cannot afford a single thing in there. But the things he could afford, he can just make himself. Starting with the toothbrush he has been thinking about for 6 days. Window shopping. Man opened the store, looked at the prices, looked at his wallet, and closed the tab. We've all been there, usually without 600 lives attached to the receipt. And then he opened the encyclopedia, which he'd roughly guessed from the name, and got pleasantly surprised anyway, because it has 2 modules. And the first one is called Search, and it connects to the modern world. Stop everything. And there are drawbacks, because of course there are. You can only search. You cannot communicate with the modern world through it. And every use costs energy, and the longer he stays in, the more it eats. And this gave him great encouragement, because the system can connect to his world, which means there really is a way home, and there's the leash. Look at everything, touch nothing, read every page of the life you had, and never send one word to anybody in it. Search only. No communication. You can find out what his mother had for breakfast, and he cannot tell her he's alive. And his reaction to that is, this is encouraging, because it proves the door is real. Man standing outside his own life, with his face against the glass going, well, at least there's a window. And the other module is the Encyclopedia of the Beast World Continent, which records every living being and every thing that exists on this continent. And if he could read and memorize the whole thing, there would be nothing in this world he doesn't recognize. And he looked at that database and swallowed hard, because forget memorizing it, it would take more than 10 years to read. So he shelved it for when he has time. When I have time. Sir, you are a 22-year-old asthma attack in a world of tigers. You do not have 10 years. Some weeks you don't have 10 days. But he found the angle anyway, which is the thing about him. The encyclopedia pairs with identification. Find something you don't recognize, look it up for free. And if you need to know what it does right now, in the dark, with somebody bleeding, that's what the 3-day charge is for. And there it is. You just turned the gotcha into a lookup table. Encyclopedia for the slow answer, identification for the emergency. 3 days of cooldown, saved for the moment it decides whether somebody breathes. And then the last section. Character. View character status. 1/1. Refreshes daily. And that one puzzled him, because the name tells you nothing at all, so he clicked it to find out. Target not confirmed. Use failed. System. How do I use this? The host needs to specify the target. After the target is specified, the system will scan the target and provide feedback to the host on the target's physical condition. Can I use it on myself? A suitable host. A suitable host. That's a yes. That's the machine saying yes in the voice of a landlord approving your application. Okay, confirm. Use it on me. And the 1/1 flipped to 0/1, and he waited a while, and the feedback came back. Lin Jinyuan. 22-year-old male human. Physical condition. Healthy, compared to their original world's peers. Unhealthy, compared to the physical condition of sub-beastmen in this world. The patient experienced drowsiness and other negative symptoms, but had no other illnesses. Oh, that's brutal. The machine graded him on a curve and then showed him both curves. Back home, fine. Perfectly normal guy. Passes his physical. Doctor says cut back on the sitting. Here, unhealthy. Same body, same man. It just moved him to a continent where the average citizen throws a boulder through a tree, and now he's a medical concern. And drowsiness and other negative symptoms is clinical for, you got hit by a brick and then a car, buddy, take the win. And Lin Jinyuan hissed through his teeth, because he'd already seen the real use. You can see through other people's conditions. One scan tells him what's wrong with somebody, and then he prescribes the right medicine. And as long as he has the right herbs, that saves lives. And used properly, it develops this tribe more than anything else on that panel. And here's where I need you to actually look at what just happened. You got the scanner, and his first thought wasn't, now I can check if I'm dying. It was, now I can find out what's wrong with people and fix it. In a world with no doctors, where the entire medical establishment is one old man who knows which grass stops blood, and everything past that is a coin flip against the dark. 1 scan a day, refreshes daily. That's 365 diagnoses a year in a place that has never had a single one. And after a while, he finally got his excitement under control and closed the section and kept reading, because underneath it sat the task panel. Main quest, develop the Qingshan tribe. Long-running quest. Upgrade reward, an unnamed landscape painting. What is its specific use? Please upgrade actively and explore it yourself. Random task, not yet triggered. Hidden quest. It will only be triggered if the host completes it first. Note: if completed tasks have a sustained positive impact on development, energy can be continuously obtained, and the system will not notify you again. Last rating, not yet rated. Suggested direction, everything has not yet begun. Please take proactive steps, host. Let's go line by line, because there is a lot hiding in that panel. An unnamed landscape painting. That's the carrot. For upgrading an entire civilization. A painting. It doesn't even have a name, and when you ask what it does, the machine says, and I want you to hear the tone, please upgrade actively and explore it yourself. That's a shrug. That's a customer service department that's been instructed not to confirm anything in writing. Hidden quest. It will only be triggered if the host completes it first, meaning you cannot see them, you cannot aim at them, and you find out you did one strictly after you did one. And both of his so far were be a decent person under pressure, which tells you exactly what this thing is grading, and it isn't strategy. If completed tasks have a sustained positive impact, energy can be continuously obtained, and the system will not notify you again. You see it? That's passive income. Build something that keeps helping people, and it keeps paying, forever, silently, with no ding. Which means every ding he has ever heard was a one-time payout, and the real money doesn't make a sound. Last rating, not yet rated. Rating. Rating? Nobody said anything about a rating. There's a grade at the end of this? Who's grading? On what curve? Because I have some notes about this machine and curves. And then at the bottom, in the voice of every teacher who ever wrote 3 words on a blank page. Everything has not yet begun. Please take proactive steps, host. 6 days, 2 hidden quests, 1 dead shadow beast, and 1 tribe that has stopped calling him a burden. And the machine's official position is that everything has not yet begun. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. And here's the thing that stings. It's right. Because up until yesterday, every single thing he did was survival with good aim. And this afternoon, sitting on a stone bench with a bowl in his hands, for no reward this machine can measure, he decided he wants to help these people. And tonight, he opened the panel and found a box that freezes time, a library with his whole dead world inside it, and an eye that sees what's killing you, and a patch of dirt he asked for at dinner that nobody in the room understood. Everything has not yet begun. Ask me what a man does with a civilization that only knows fire and water. And he closed the panel and lay back on the bed and did what he always does, which is find the hole in his own good news. Because the functions are comprehensive, genuinely. For him, they're plenty. And there's one enormous problem sitting on top of all of it. You is far too weak compared to the natives of this world. Because if he limits himself to what happens inside the tribe, half these functions never fire. Exploration reaches 50 meters. 50 meters of a settlement he can already walk across. The good herbs are out there. The discoveries are out there. And every meter past the wall is a place he cannot survive for 4 minutes. So it's one of 2 doors. Get stronger, or find a partner. Reliable, trustworthy, someone who takes him out there. And door number 1 is bricked up, because nothing in that panel makes him stronger. You can buy weapons in the mall, with the money he does not have. So the strength upgrade costs energy, and energy comes from developing the tribe, and developing the tribe requires going outside, and going outside requires strength. That's not a system. That's a loop. Man's been in this world 6 days, and he's already found the part where the tutorial eats its own tail. And door number 2 is too risky, because find someone trustworthy is a lovely sentence that has killed a lot of people. So he asked, isn't there a way for me to improve my strength and go into the wild on my own? Not yet, and watch him catch it. Temporarily? So that means there will be later, and you'll need to level up, right? Yes, new features will be unlocked after the system level is upgraded. But now, due to the limitations of my strength, the use of some system functions is greatly reduced, which will slow down the upgrade speed. You said not yet, and this man immediately audited the word. Not yet, which means later, which means gated, which means the gate is the level. And then he closed the trap. So your own upgrade is being throttled by the fact that I'm a wet noodle, and that's your problem too. That's not a man asking a machine for help. That's a man showing the machine its own quarterly numbers. And the system went quiet. And just as Lin Jinyuan was about to ask something else, it spoke. The host can disguise the system's functions as talents. If used properly, It can help find trustworthy orcs. And Lin Jinyuan jumped straight up off that bed. What do you mean, pretending to be talented? Scan's small number of sub-beastmen possess unusual talents. But most talents are useless and not obvious, and the person themselves may not even be aware of them. However, there are indeed some sub-beastmen who are aware of their unusualness, and the host can disguise themselves as such a sub-beast. Oh, that's clever. Don't hide the magic, relabel it. Man doesn't have a system. Man's just gifted, rare, special. One of those sub-beasts who came out of the egg knowing which grass stops blood. Perfect cover story. And Lin Jinyuan looked at it for about 1 second and found the corpse in it. You said it's a very small minority, and many people don't even know that sub-beastmen are possible. If others don't know this, I'll be treated as an outcast, and my life might be in danger. And there it is. The machine pitched, "Just tell them you're special," to a man living in a settlement that has already lost 200 people to something it didn't understand. You know what happens to the one weird guy in a scared village? You does not get a research grant. 6 days, 0 allies, 1 Panther. And this man is running threat models on his own cover identity. And the system did not argue. It just moved the piece. So you need to find someone you can trust, who won't treat you like an outsider. And the room went silent. And Lin Jinyuan stared straight ahead with a somber face. And the air in that little stone room went strange. And after a long while, he spoke. "This person is Jiao, isn't he? You're guiding me to find Jiao." Oh. Sit down. Sit all the way down. Because this is the moment the whole episode has been walking toward, and nobody told you. And the system said nothing, and he didn't expect it to. So he just kept talking, to himself, out loud, laying it out piece by piece like a man setting the table. You said he was different. When I first came to this world, you didn't appear to bind to me immediately. You only appeared when Jiao brought me to a safe place. So I subconsciously trust Jiao more and feel closer to him. Do you understand what he just accused it of? The order of operations was a choice. It waited. It let a panther carry him to safety first, and then it introduced itself. So that the first face in this world was a rescuer's, and the machine was just the thing that showed up afterward. Man's not saying he was helped. Man's saying he was imprinted. When you appeared, my first reaction wasn't to be overjoyed and agree to be bound. It was to question you. But you know that no matter what, I will not refuse you as my golden touch. You's not even bitter about it. You's just noting, for the record, that it knew. It knew a dying man in a tree does not turn down a miracle. It had him the second it opened its mouth. And it still bothered to make the introduction gentle. That's not kindness. That's staging. And then he brought the knife out. Later, on the night you came back from hunting the shadow beast, you revealed you had the ability to protect me. To shield my existence so the beast couldn't detect me. So can I guess? That the fact I fainted in a tree and shouted for help, and did not attract a single wild beast, but instead waited for Zhuan to come and discover me, was because you used that ability, so that Jiao, who was not far away, could take me. Breathe. Go back to the very first sentence of this whole recap. A man in a tree, screaming, in a jungle full of things that eat men. And what came? A panther. Exactly one. Exactly the right one. You didn't get lucky. You got filtered. Every set of teeth in that forest heard nothing, and the one boy who'd stop and climb up heard everything. That wasn't a rescue. That was a casting call. As for why you didn't just dump me in front of Jiao, it's probably because you were afraid of arousing my suspicion. Yeah, because a body falling out of the sky onto a specific panther is a bit on the nose. Better to make it look like an accident. Better to let the boy find him. Better to let him climb. So that 10 years later, he'd still feel like he owed Jiao his life. Which, and here's the part that gets me, he does. That part was real. Jiao chose to climb. The machine just made sure he was the only one who could. You have ulterior motives toward Jiao. And you need me to use you to help Jiao, right? Better. I'm puzzled. Don't you just bind yourself to Jiao directly? And that is the question, isn't it? That's the one that doesn't have a nice answer. If the target is Jiao, and everything says the target is Jiao, then why go get a 22-year-old office guy from a dead world, kill him with a brick, drop him in a tree, and route the whole thing through him? Why hire a middleman? Unless it can't touch Jiao. Unless something about that boy is off limits to it, or too valuable, or too dangerous, or unless Jiao wouldn't have said yes. I bet you'll just tell me I don't have enough permissions to answer that. I'm too lazy to pursue it. I'll just ask you one question. Is it true that I died in the original world? And there, right there, For the first time since he landed in this world, Lin Jinyuan showed his teeth. Not the panicking guy in the tree, not the polite house guest, not the man apologizing for the blanket. This is who he was before the brick. You built the entire case, presented it, watched the machine refuse to deny a word of it, and then he threw all of it away and asked the only question that actually mattered to him. Not, what do you want with Jiao? Not, what's the painting? Not, who's grading me? Am I dead? Is there a version of this where my mother still has a son? And this time, the system answered fast. It's true. And it did not deny one single thing he'd said before it. That's the confirmation, not the answer, the silence around the answer. It denied nothing. The staging, the shield, the Panther, the casting call. All of it stands, unchallenged, in the transcript. And Lin Jinyuan nodded, knowingly. And here's what he did with it. So, you've my life, and helping you complete the upgrade is my way of repaying your kindness, and paying for my return home. No, read that again. Do you see what he just did? You just proved the machine engineered his whole existence in this world and then filed it as a debt he owes. Because the brick was real. The car was real. You was dead on that road either way. And whatever this thing wants, whatever it's playing at, it picked him up off the pavement. And Lin Jinyuan does not do free. Man got kidnapped by a god and immediately drew up an invoice, payable by him. And then he paused and asked the real one, slowly. System, do you have goodwill or ill intentions toward this world and the living beings here? Because he doesn't mind helping with the upgrade. You minds becoming someone who aided and abetted evil. That's the line. Not, will this hurt me? Not, will this get me home? Are the people I'm developing going to regret it? You decided he wanted to help these people yesterday afternoon, and by that night, he was already interrogating his own patron about whether the help is poisoned. The system hereby guarantees that it will absolutely not do anything harmful to this world, or to this tribe. And this time Lin Jinyuan detected something in that cold, mechanical voice. Seriousness and earnestness. The thing that says a suitable host and please actively develop tribe, like it's reading a fire exit sign, meant that one. And notice what it swore to. It didn't swear it was honest. It didn't swear it had no agenda. It didn't touch a single one of his accusations. It swore it wouldn't hurt them. That's a very precisely shaped promise. And it's the only one he asked for. And Lin Jinyuan nodded and stopped talking and lay back down. And he was exhausted. Because that confrontation had him strung tight the whole way through, and now that it's over he's incredibly sleepy, and his head is throbbing, and he's still running that drowsiness debuff the scanner flagged. And the second he relaxed, his consciousness went to fog. Man went 12 rounds with a god, won on points, and got knocked out by his own nap stat. And he woke up earlier the next day, and Mingyi wasn't in the front room. Mingyi, are you there? Nothing. They probably went out. So he grabbed his little water bottle and went out for a wash, same as yesterday. And there were a lot of people outside, and most of them looked at Lin Jinyuan with curious eyes for a while and said nothing and left in a hurry, because everyone is busy. And he stood there, stroking his chin, thinking that it kind of makes him look like the only person in this settlement with nothing to do. Because he is. 600 people rebuilding a wall, running patrols, hauling meat, and one guy with a water bottle, freshly showered, vibing. And he'd walked the tribe with Mingyi yesterday afternoon, so he had the map now. Big area, not many people, buildings spread thin, a settlement built for a population that doesn't exist anymore. Oof, they didn't build it that way, it got that way. And back in his room, he pulled out the bag and looked at his worldly possessions. A big bunch of blood-stopping grass, a big bunch of wuchi grass, a small bunch of blood-generating grass, a simple water bottle made from a palm nut, and the woven bag itself. And when he'd arrived, he noticed a lot of people staring at that woven bag, mostly sub-beasts. Hold that thought too. A man who wove a bag out of grass because he needed to carry things? In a world that carries things in its mouth. Everybody clocked it. Nobody said anything, they just looked. And he took everything outside and laid the herbs out in the sunlight. And when Mingyi got back, he found Lin Jinyuan crouched on the flat ground in front of the door over a pile of grass. And he didn't recognize the grass. And it wasn't the wild vegetable they usually eat. What are you doing? And he squatted down next to him, curious. You're back! I was sorting herbs. I was in such a hurry when I got back that I didn't clean them properly. They're still covered in dirt. I just stuffed them in the bag. I don't know if I damaged any. And he said it while fiddling with them. Casual, like a man sorting laundry. Herbal medicine? And Mingyi's voice went up. You're saying this is herbal medicine? And he snatched his hand back and stepped away from the pile, afraid he might have damaged it. Look at that reaction. Man recoiled from a pile of weeds like it was a stack of gold bars in a bank he'd wandered into by accident. In our world, you step on this stuff walking to your car. Here, a grown adult just took his hands off it because he might break it. And right on cue, random task. Teach sub-beastman Mingyi to identify 3 herbs. Not yet triggered, huh? The random quest board woke up the instant somebody looked at that grass and got scared. Man wasn't even trying. You was tidying. Why did you run so far? You're back just in time. Help me clean up these herbs. And he waved him over. And Mingyi did not come over. Yu waved his hands and backed up further. I don't know anything about herbs, and I don't know how to handle them. I'll ruin them. It's all right, I'll teach you. The herbs aren't hard to find. Come on. And he kept beckoning. And Mingyi stopped and asked, hesitantly, in a low voice, Are you sure you want to teach me? And that question right there, that's the whole society in 5 words. You didn't ask, can you teach me? You asked, are you sure? Because where he lives, this knowledge is not shared. It's held. It's what makes a person irreplaceable. It's the difference between a mouth and an asset. And a man just offered it to him over a pile of dirt like it was the salt. Come quickly, come quickly! And Mingyi walked over, carefully. And Lin Jinyuan grabbed a handful and stuffed it straight into his hands. This is blood-stopping grass. It can stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. Crush it and apply it directly to the wound. It stops bleeding fast and prevents the wound from getting inflamed, swelling, and going to pus. First, clean the soil off the roots. Okay. I'll be careful not to break it. And Mingyi held that weed like a man facing a formidable enemy. A grown adult holding a fistful of grass with both hands at DEF-CON 1. And you can laugh. Go ahead. You'd laugh too. And then remember that every single person he loves who died in the last 10 years died of bleeding. And he's holding the thing that would have stopped it. Don't be so nervous. This is really not a hard-to-find herb. Jiao used quite a few of them. And Lin Jinyuan said it with a smile. And Mingyi relaxed a little, and then said softly, Was Jiao seriously injured at the time? And there's the trap. Man was not asking about grass. Man has been waiting since yesterday to ask about his son, and needed a reason that wasn't asking about his son. And Lin Jinyuan answered honestly, which is his whole problem. You dragged the shadow beast back at night. His body was covered in wounds. You smelled very bloody, and he was a little unsteady on his feet. And silence. And then, It's good that you're all right. At least you could still drag the shadow beast back. And Mingyi breathed out, and the heartache in his eyes was completely undisguised. At least you could still drag it back. That's a father doing triage on a memory. Yu was covered in blood, but he was walking. Yu was unsteady, but he was walking. Man has lost one son already. Yu knows exactly which details mean the boy lives. And seeing Mingyi like that made Lin Jinyuan uncomfortable. And luckily, the blood-stopping grass in Mingyi's hands was almost clean. So Lin Jinyuan grabbed a few blood-generating grass and stuffed them into his hands to change the subject. Smoothest deflection in the tribe. Man saw grief coming and threw more homework at it. This is blood-generating grass. Eat it, and it accelerates the body's blood production. Use it when there's been significant blood loss. And combined with blood-stopping grass, it can be life-saving. And Mingyi snapped out of it instantly and looked down at the 2 herbs in his hands. Seriously now. Because he understood exactly how much benefit these 2 would bring this tribe. Jinyuan. Is it true that these 2 herbs aren't hard to find? And Lin Jinyuan saw where he was going and nodded. Although they're not exactly rare either. Jiao recognizes them. These are the ones Jiao and I collected on the way back. If we went out looking for them, we could probably find a lot more. And Mingyi's voice dropped. Could you teach others as well? Especially the hunting team members. They can help with the search. And they're the most dangerous of all. And his voice trailed off. They're the most dangerous of all. That's not what he means. That's what he can bring himself to say. What he means is, they're the ones who come home in pieces. They're the ones who bleed out on the way back. They're the ones we lose. Yen Ye was hunting team. And he trailed off because he knew what he was asking for. Because knowledge about herbs belongs to shamans. And a shaman is a treasure trove for a tribe. And here's the thing about the Qingshan tribe. It looks impressive. 600 people. A wall. Warriors who can take a shadow beast 5-on-1. And they have no witchcraft. And everything they know, they accumulated themselves. And you can accumulate most things by living, but you cannot test herbs one by one, because many herbs are highly poisonous, and every member of this tribe is precious. And the elders told Ming Yi that the wild vegetables they eat every day now were discovered by tribe members in the past. And back then, many tribe members died from poisoning while searching for edible wild vegetables. There it is. Every plant on their dinner table has a name on it. Somebody's uncle ate it and lived. Somebody's mother ate it and didn't. That's their entire agricultural science. A body count in a cookbook. And this tribe cannot afford to run the experiment anymore. Not after that afternoon 10 years ago. They don't have the people to lose to a leaf, which means their knowledge stopped, frozen, wherever it was when the dyeing got too expensive. And a man just sat down in the dirt with a pile of grass and started handing it over for free. Of course, herbs are meant to be used. If people don't know about them, it would be such a waste if they missed out on life-saving medicine, even when it was right next to them, because they didn't recognize it. Right next to them. Say it to Yan Ye. Say it to Yue Yue. Say it to 200 people who bled out in a settlement that is, and I promise you this, absolutely carpeted in blood-stopping grass. And the second he finished that sentence, random task, promote 3 herbs. And Lin Jinyuan accepted it, expressionless, and kept right on talking to Ming Ye like nothing happened. Man's got a divine notification going off behind his eyes, and his face doesn't move. 6 days ago, he flinched at a ding. Now he takes the quest, files it, and finishes his sentence. Ming Ye, find some time to have the hunting team identify these herbs. If you see them in the wild in the future, bring them back. And Ming Ye smiled at him. Grateful. I will talk to Kui and ask him to arrange a time as soon as possible. And if you see this one, bring some back for me as well. And he waved the wuchi grass. What kind of medicine is that? Ming Yi asked, curious. Ask me what happens when you hand an anesthetic to a world that has never had one. Wuchi grass. It's not really a medicine. It's a mildly toxic herb with a rather unique effect. You can see the small black thorns on its leaves. If you get pricked by these thorns, you'll feel numb all over and lose all strength. Get a lot of it, and you might even faint. But you'll recover after a while. Poisonous? Put it down! And Ming Yi was stunned. What do you need this for? It's dangerous! And to be fair to the man, that is the correct reaction. That's what mildly toxic means to a person whose entire pharmacology is a body count. In his world, you'll feel numb all over and lose all strength isn't a feature. That's the last thing a lot of people ever felt. It's okay. I know what it does, so I'm not afraid of it. I need to use it to do something. And Ming Yi kept frowning at him, disapproving. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I told Jiao before that I'd ask him for help when the time comes, so nothing will happen. And Ming Yi's brow relaxed. A little. And he still gave the man his instructions. Never do it by yourself in secret. If you're going to do it, be sure to ask Jiao to do it with you. Okay. I promise I won't do it secretly. I'll definitely tell Jiao. And Lin Jinyuan nodded obediently, and Ming Yi stopped worrying about it. Never do it alone. That's not a rule about poison. That's a rule about rooms. This man's family lost Yue because a cub was home with a cold, and one adult stayed behind, and it was still not enough. Yu does not let people be alone with dangerous things. Not anymore. Not ever again. And he just extended that policy, silently, without announcing it, to cover a stray he met 4 days ago. And here's the joke sitting underneath all of it. Lin Jinyuan didn't say what the wuchi grass is for, and Ming Ye didn't ask. And what it's for is surgery. Man is holding an anesthetic in a world where hold him down is the entire anesthesiology department. And he's letting them think he's just a weird guy with a weird plant. And the two of them cleaned the pile fast, mostly because Ming Ye is fast. And then, random task, teach sub-beastman Ming Ye to identify 3 herbs. Completed. The host gains energy, which can be used to increase energy levels. Please check the details yourself. Payday. For sitting in the dirt teaching one man which grass is which. 6 days ago, he had to fight a shadow beast to earn a ding. Today, he earned one with a conversation. Please check the details yourself. The customer service department strikes again. And Ming Ye stood up and looked at the sky. I'll go prepare the food. You should rest for a while. No need. I'll go with you. And he sorted the herbs back into the woven bag and stood up to follow him in. And Mingyi glanced at that woven bag and said nothing and turned to go inside. Second time. Second person who has looked at that bag and swallowed the question. Nobody in this settlement can figure out how a man who can't lift a rock made a thing that carries rocks. And right then, a commotion, not far off. Jiao, why are you running so fast? What happened? Why are you running around the tribe in beast form? And Mingyi stopped dead and turned toward it. And Jiao came up on them fast and got it out in one breath. Bo is injured, Yu's bleeding a lot, and the bleeding won't stop. Yu doesn't look well. And Lin Jinyuan and Mingyi looked at each other for exactly 1 second. I'll be right there. And Mingyi was already on Jiao's back, waving. Jinyuan, come up quickly. 1 second, no debate. No, are you sure? No, what can we even do? Yesterday, this man didn't know grass had names. Today, he's mounted up before the sentence finishes. And Jiao dropped flat on the ground looking at Lin Jinyuan. And Lin Jinyuan didn't waste a heartbeat, grabbed the woven bag, climbed on, sat in front of Mingyi, and the second the weight settled, Jiao was up and running for the square. And all down the road, people put their heads out of their houses to watch them go. And look at him. 4 days ago, this man got carried down a tree because he couldn't let go of a vine. Now he's on that same back, bag in hand, riding to a call. Same panther, same passenger, completely different animal on top. And they hit the square, and Bo was already ringed by a crowd, with Kuei and the men who'd hauled him back holding the line. And Kuei saw Jiao coming with the two of them and shouted, "Make way! Make way! Let Jiao bring his men in!" And the crowd had no idea why, and they moved anyway. 600 people who have never seen medicine. And their chieftain says, "Open a lane for the noodle in the grass hat," and the lane opens. That's the trust Kui is spending. That's a chieftain putting his whole name behind a guess. And Jiao ran in and bent down, and the two of them slid off and hit their knees beside Bo. And Bo's consciousness was already blurring, and he could go into shock at any second. And he had wounds all over him, and the horrifying one was on his hind leg, extremely long, deep enough to show bone, with a large amount of blood gushing out, likely an artery. Gushing, not leaking, gushing. That's a pump with a hole in it. That's minutes. That's the exact injury this tribe has been losing people to for its entire history. System, check his character status. And while he's talking to a god behind his eyes, his hands are already in the bag pulling out the herbs he sorted an hour ago. And he leaned down and whispered in Bo's ear, "Can you transform back into human form? That would make it easier for me to save you." And Bo was dazed, but he hadn't fainted yet, and he heard someone say, "Save you," and he forced himself back into human form, and that action burned the last strength in his body. Man had one move left in the tank, and he spent it making himself easier to help, on the word of a stranger's voice he'd never heard before in his life. And the patrol team who'd carried him in were losing it, and tried to step forward, several times, and Kui and Jiao stopped them every time. "Don't go over there, use the only one who can save Bo now." And when Kui said that, nobody around them dared breathe, because they've seen this injury before, and people bleed to death from it, fast. And every one of them stood there hoping this new sub-beast really has a way. Hopelessness with a bystander problem. Every person in that square has watched somebody die exactly like this. Every one of them knows the ending, and they're standing in a ring, holding their breath, hoping the weird guy has a trick. And the system came back fast. Bo, 37-year-old adult orc. Physical condition, near death. Massive bleeding, leg artery injury. Exactly what he'd already called from looking at it. The scanner didn't tell him anything new. It told him he was right. And that is worth more than you think, because it means the next thing he does without a shred of doubt in his hands. And he shoved a handful of blood-stopping grass into his own mouth, and handed another handful to Mingyi. Chew it up and apply it to the wound on his leg where he's bleeding the most. Stop the bleeding there first. And Mingyi took it and immediately copied him, straight in his mouth, chewing, and watched Lin Jinyuan smear the whole chewed mess onto Bo's leg, and slapped his own on right after. And that wound was big. So they chewed, and chewed, several rounds, until it was covered, and then used what was left on the other wounds. Yesterday. Are you sure you want to teach me? Today. Mouth full of grass, hands full of a dying man's leg, chewing on autopilot while somebody's artery empties into the dirt. No training, no hesitation. One lunch and a pile of weeds. That's the fastest medical residency in recorded history. And the blood-stopping grass worked fast, and the bleeding from Bo's legs stopped, and his condition was still not good. Face pale, bloodless, fully unconscious now, and his body temperature was frighteningly low. And Lin Jinyuan checked the status again. Still near death, and then it changed. Excessive blood loss. You feel that? That's a health bar coming off the red. Near death became excessive blood loss. The problem got downgraded. In real time, in front of his eyes. Nobody else in that square can see it. 600 people are looking at a corpse-colored man on the ground, and one guy knows the fight just turned. Ming Yi, blood Jianu grass, quick! And Ming Yi tore through the bag and came out with it and handed it over, with no idea what it does or how to use it. Total faith. Man handed over a plant he learned about 90 minutes ago because the voice said so. And Lin Jinyuan pinched Bo's chin and tried to pry his mouth open to get the grass in, and Ming Yi helped. And it did not work, because Bo was unconscious. And an unconscious orc's jaw is not a door two sub-beasts are opening. Xuan, come help! Pry his mouth open or he won't get the medicine in! And Jiao was there instantly, took Bo, forced his jaw open, and Lin Jinyuan and Ming Yi tore the blood-generating grass into small pieces and rolled them into little balls the size of mung beans and stuffed them in. Look at that crew. One guy who knows what to do, one guy who learned this morning, and one Panther for torque. That's a surgical team. Assembled in 9 seconds, out of a family. No, he's unconscious. He can't swallow. And Ming Yi was panicking. Water! Does anyone have water? And Lin Jinyuan looked up at the crowd, and several voices answered at once. I have some at home. It's very close. I'll go get it right away. And they turned and ran. Nobody asked why. Nobody asked who he was. 600 people who have spent 10 years learning that nothing helps. And the second somebody says a word that sounds like a plan, half the square sprints for their houses. They've been waiting a decade for somebody to give them a job. And the water came fast, and Jiao held the jaw open, and Ming Yi carefully fed Bo water, and Lin Jinyuan watched the timing and rolled a grass ball and dropped it in right while the water was going down. And Bo swallowed, subconsciously, and Ming Yi shouted, "He swallowed it!" A grown man screaming with joy because somebody's throat did a reflex. And he's right to, because that reflex means the medicine goes in. And medicine going in means this isn't awake anymore. And Lin Jinyuan glanced at the status again. Don't stop, keep feeding him, and watch how he looks when his complexion improves. And as the blood-generating grass went in, Bo's face changed, from a deathly bluish gray to white. And then, slowly, color came back. Watch that in the square, 600 people, dead silent. Watching a man's face come back from gray. They've all seen the gray. Every single one of them knows the gray. Nobody in the history of this tribe has ever seen it go the other way. And Bo came out of the near-death state, and Lin Jinyuan breathed out. You can be considered saved. And here's what was happening at the edge of the circle the whole time. Bo's partner and child had arrived back when the two of them were still stopping the bleeding. They thought Bo was going to die, and they came to see him one last time. And Kuei stopped them. And his partner stood there with tears in his eyes, holding their 10-year-old little beast man, staring, intently, afraid to make a sound in case it disturbed the rescue, and praying that this stranger could bring Bo back. You didn't scream. You didn't fight the line. You didn't beg. You stood there with his kid and held his own voice in his mouth for however long that took, because a noise might cost his husband a second. That's what love looks like at the edge of a circle. And when Lin Jinyuan announced Bo was out of danger, he finally cried, holding his child. And Kuei looked at Lin Jinyuan and waited for Lin Jinyuan's consent, and then let Bo's partner bring the child over. Stop and clock that. The chieftain of this tribe, the man, who runs 600 lives, who told 200 people where to die and lived with it for 10 years, just asked a 22-year-old stray for permission to let a family approach. Because in that circle, right now, Lin Jinyuan is not a guest. Use the doctor. And Bo's partner crept up and gently touched him, and felt that his temperature was lower than usual, but not dangerously, and he nestled against Bo's chest, sobbing, looking up at Lin Jinyuan and Ming Yi. Thank you, wah! And the little beastman had been glued to his adoptive father this whole time, working so hard not to let the tears fall, and now he couldn't hold it, and they came down his face like beads. 10 years old, standing at the edge of a crowd, Not crying because crying would be a noise. These kids learned to be quiet before they learned to hunt. And everyone around Bo breathed out, and smiled, and then secretly glanced at Lin Jinyuan. And they remembered him. Yu's the sub-beast Jiao brought back a few days ago. The one living at Kui and Mingyi's house. And they know Mingyi did not know how to save people before. And Mingyi just saved somebody. Which can only mean one thing. This sub-beast taught him. And they looked at Mingyi with some envy. Because they know Mingyi is going to be a sub-beast who can save people from now on. Envy. Not of the medicine. Of the man who got taught. And here's the part that tells you everything about this tribe. They didn't have any other ideas about it. Because, anyway, they're all people in the tribe, and they can ask them for help in the future. Read that one more time. 600 people just watched a stranger raise a man from gray. In a world where knowledge is a treasure vault, and shamans are the difference between tribes living and dying. And their reaction was not, how do we own him? It was good, he's ours, we can ask. No plotting, no angle. No committee about the asset. That's the tribe Jiao walked a month to get home to. That's what Kui built out of the worst afternoon in their history. And that's why the machine picked this place. And once everything's settled, complete the hidden quest. Heal the dying orc Bo. The host gains energy, which can be used to increase energy levels. Please check the details yourself. Hidden quest number 3. And run the pattern with me one more time. Number 1, don't leave the Panther. Number 2, be honest about the herbs. Number 3, save the bleeding man. Every hidden quest this machine has ever paid him for is the same quest. Be a decent person when it costs you something. That's not a game, that's an audition. And Kui arranged for several orcs to carry Bo and his family home, and set a rotation to guard them and report any developments, until Bo wakes up. And Lin Jinyuan watched Kui methodically arrange it all, the carriers, the shifts, the reporting line, and thought that this tribe is really great. Man just performed a miracle in the town square, and what impressed him was the logistics. And back at the house, Mingyi was still staring blankly at his own hands, somewhat unable to come back to himself, because he just saved Bo, and in the past, an orc with that injury basically would not survive. The bleeding would be unstoppable, and they would bleed to death. That's it, that was the whole procedure. Watch and lose. And Kui seemed to know exactly what he was thinking, and came over, and gently hugged him, and silently stroked his back to comfort him. Yu's not comforting a man who won. Yu's comforting a man who just found out it was possible the whole time. Every death Mingyi has ever attended just got a second answer, 10 years late, including a small one, in his arms, in the dirt, with bite marks down to the bone. Blood-stopping grass, all over that settlement. Free. Kui knows what those hands are doing, so he doesn't say a word. And Lin Jinyuan glanced at the two of them and awkwardly turned around and walked out of the house, because he decided not to be a third wheel. Man saved a life at noon, and by evening, he's giving the married couple space. Absolute unit. And Jiao followed him out, with 2 large pieces of meat. You and adoptive father probably haven't eaten yet, right? I'll grill some meat for you. And he skillfully found an open space, set up a fire, and started roasting. Ask me what a man says to a panther when he's finally decided to stop lying to him. And Lin Jinyuan went over to help process the meat, and got quietly worried because his herbs are almost gone. And Jiao looked up, not understanding why the man went gloomy in the space of 10 seconds. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly unhappy? It's not that I'm unhappy, it's just that the herbs I collected are almost gone again. If I have to do that again, I won't have enough to use. And there's the terror behind today's miracle. You saved a man's life with a pile of grass he happened to pick up on the walk home, and it's nearly empty. The whole medical system of this tribe is currently sitting in a woven bag with about 2 handfuls left in it. Next, Bo dies. And Lin Jinyuan knows it, sitting by that fire, holding a piece of meat. I see. I'll help you find some when I go out in the future. I spoke with Mingyi today. We'll have the hunting team identify these herbs, and bring them back if we see them on the way out. You'd be willing to teach them all to recognize this herb? And Jiao was surprised. Third person. Third person in 2 days who's heard, I'll teach everyone, and reacted like he said he'd hand out gold. Why not? This herb should be very useful for you orcs who hunt frequently, so you should definitely stock up on it. I'm the only one who recognizes it, and I can't go out to collect it. It would be a real shame if there were casualties due to a lack of herbs. Besides, if you recognize these herbs, you can treat your injuries in the wild, in time. In time. That's the whole thing right there. Today worked because Bo got carried home. What about the ones who don't get carried home? What about the ones who bleed out 4 kilometers into the jungle with the cure growing next to their face? Use not building a clinic. Use decentralizing the clinic. And Lin Jinyuan said it to Jiao exactly the way he said it to Ming Yi. And then he stood there in his own head going, why does everyone here feel like they can't teach herbs? Do the shamans of this world monopolize knowledge? And he frowned. They have no written language, and they monopolize knowledge. No wonder their traditions are easily broken. And there it is. That's the diagnosis. That's the real one. No writing, plus hoarding, which means every piece of knowledge in this world lives in exactly one skull. And when that skull gets hit by something with claws, the knowledge is just gone. Forever. Nobody inherits it, nobody writes it down. The tribe goes back to zero and starts poisoning people with leaves again. 200 people died here in one afternoon. How much did this tribe forget that day? They didn't just lose their families, they lost their library. Developing a tribe knowledge monopoly is unacceptable. Man's been here 6 days, and he just wrote the founding charter. And the barbecue was ready fast, and Lin Jinyuan ate his piece and thought that once his house is built, he is definitely going to find a way to improve his meals, because it's delicious, and it's a bit greasy. A man just declared war on an entire continent's information architecture, and his next thought is that the food's too oily. Priorities. Oh, right, Jiao. There's also Wu Qi grass. I want to make something with it. And I might need you to bring back a few live small animals for me to experiment with. That herb that can make people weak and unconscious? I understand. I'll bring back some wild animals tomorrow. And Jiao nodded and agreed. No questions. Man asked a panther for live test subjects and got a nod. Somewhere in that jungle tomorrow, some small furry idiot's entire day is about to become a footnote in medical history. I don't need any big beasts, small ones will do. But the sizes shouldn't be the same. I want to see what the effect is when the sizes are different. I'll try larger beasts once I have a general idea. Dose-response curve. The man just described a dose-response curve to a panther over grilled meat. Use not poisoning animals for fun. Use finding out how much Wuzi grass per kilogram of body weight puts a thing under without killing it. Because the eventual patient is going to be a person. I understand. Is there enough Wuzi grass? I'll check if there's any when I'm out and bring some back. If you see any, bring some. The experiments will likely require a significant amount. Good. And by then, Ming Yi had composed himself and dragged Kuei out. And Jiao handed another piece of grilled meat over, and Ming Yi sat down next to Lin Jinyuan and started grilling and eating. And Kuei looked at Lin Jinyuan. Ming Yi just told me you're planning to let everyone on the hunting team know about this herb, right? Yes, this herb is very effective, especially for hunting orcs. If possible, I would like everyone in the tribe to know about it. Everyone. Not the hunting team, not the leadership. Everyone. And Kuei did not think about it, not for a second. How about tonight? Once today's hunters return, I'll notify everyone to go to the square. Okay, letting everyone know sooner will provide more protection. That's the chieftain of 600 people scheduling a mass education event during dinner, in one breath, off a suggestion from a house guest. Man doesn't have a committee. Man has a calendar and a mouth. And after they ate, Ming Yi went to the gathering team, and Kui went to the patrol team, and Jiao and Lin Jinyuan sat there staring at each other. And Jiao broke it. Shall I take you to see the place where we're going to build the house? Okay. And the spot wasn't far from Ming Yi's house, so they got there in no time. And 2 young orcs were already waiting on the open ground, Lei and Shi, and Jiao had sent them to help. And stones and timber were already laid out nearby because they'd hauled it all there that morning. Hold on, that morning. Lin Jinyuan agreed to the house at dinner last night. And by sunrise, there was already a lumber yard on the site. Jiao's been on patrol half a day, built a materials depot, and put 2 guys on standby, and never mentioned any of it. And Lei greeted him warmly. You're here too. What's the name of the sub-beast that Jiao brought back? My name is Lin Jinyuan. You can just call me Jinyuan. And he said it with a smile. And these past few days had made him realize something. The names of the sub-beasts here all have 2 syllables, which explains why Jiao always pauses when calling his name. Oh, that's been happening this whole time and I didn't clock it either. Meng, Yu, Qing. 3. Every time that boy says his name, he has to do a little mental buffering, like a man reading a foreign license plate. Everybody in this world is Jiao and Kuei and Lei and Shi and Bo, and here comes a guy with a name that's a whole sentence. You's not just a weird sub-beast. You's got a weird name, and they've all been too polite to say anything. And Jiao glanced back at Lin Jinyuan and said nothing. Yeah, say nothing, buddy. Say nothing. You've been calling this man you, Ching, with a hitch in it for a week, and you thought nobody noticed. And she walked over and nodded, as a greeting. And he was much quieter than the last time Lin Jinyuan saw him. And perhaps he'd need a few more days to recover. Xing's son, Yan Ye's son, the kid who lay across his father's chest and wailed until he fainted, 10 years ago, when he was small enough to be carried. 3 days ago he was the loud one. Then his father dug 10 holes in the square with his hands and tore his nails off. And now he nods. And Lin Jinyuan spent the entire afternoon watching them build. And Jiao would occasionally stop and ask Lin Jinyuan what he thought about the house. A whole afternoon of a sub-beast sitting on a rock, watching 3 orcs move stone, being consulted about window placement. This is the most useful he's felt all week, and he isn't lifting a thing, and the sun went west. And the orcs worked fast, and they finished the foundation in 1 afternoon. And right then, an adult orc ran up from a distance. Jiao! The hunting team has returned! The clan leader wants us all to gather in the square. And he turned and ran off in another direction, because he still had others to notify. And Jiao took Lin Jinyuan home and brought the remaining herbs to the square, and a considerable crowd had already gathered. And they waited a while, and the runners Kuei had sent out came filtering back in. And Kuei glanced at Lin Jinyuan, whose palms were sweating. And Lin Jinyuan took a deep breath to suppress his growing social anxiety, and nodded, to indicate he was ready. You is not ready. Man spoke to a god last night and told it he'd figured out its whole scheme. Man had his hands inside somebody's leg this afternoon, and a crowd is what gets him. Absolutely relatable, absolutely pathetic, never change. And Jiao walked up onto the platform with him, and Kuei began to speak. I've called everyone here today because there's something very important you all need to know. Today, Bo returned severely injured, bleeding profusely, unconscious. If it weren't for the herbs Lin Jinyuan brought, which saved Bo, he might not be alive today. And the square went off. Is Bo all right now? How did he get such a serious injury? Oh my god, herbs? This sub-beast knows herbs? When they carried him home at noon, he was covered in blood and didn't look well. I wonder how he is now. His partner hasn't come out since he went back, but his little one came out and didn't seem sad, so he's probably okay. That last one. That's how this tribe gets its medical updates. Nobody knocks, nobody asks. They read the kid's face from across the road. Kid looks sad, start grieving. Kid looks fine, he lives. That's their entire hospital information system, and it has been running for 10 years. And Kui shut it down. Quiet. The reason I called everyone here today is to let everyone recognize this herb, especially the people from the hunting team and the patrol team. You're always out and about, so if you see this herb, pick it up. What? We can identify herbs too? And the pot exploded. We can identify herbs too? Not what's the herb? Not how does it work? We're allowed? 600 people just found out that knowledge is a thing that can be given to them. And the noise that made. Chieftain, bring it out quickly so we can identify it. And a lot of voices echoed that one. All right, now let Lin Jinyuan introduce this herb to everyone. Everyone keep quiet and don't make a sound until he finishes speaking, or you'll be taken out and not allowed to listen. Or you'll be taken out and not allowed to listen. Use threatening 600 grown adults with exclusion from class. And it works, because it's the worst punishment he could possibly have named. And Kui stepped aside, revealing Lin Jinyuan behind him. And every eye in that square landed on him at once, and the pressure was immense. And Lin Jinyuan took 2 stiff steps forward, pulled the 3 herbs out of the bag, cleared his throat, and started describing their effects, and their appearance. 2 stiff steps. That's the walk. Everybody knows that walk. That's the walk of a man whose legs have been replaced with somebody else's. And after blood-stopping grass and blood-generating grass were explained, the audience was very excited, and they all covered their mouths tightly to keep quiet. 600 beastmen with their hands clamped over their own faces, vibrating, because the chieftain said no talking, and this is the single most important lecture of their lives. Their discipline is really good, Lin Jinyuan thought, and then took out the last of the wuqi grass, and thought for a moment. This last one is not medicine. It's a poisonous herb called wuchi grass. It can make people weak, paralyzed all over, or even fall into a coma. However, it is not fatal. After a while, the poison subsides and the person recovers, without any after effects. This herb isn't very effective at treating wounds. If you see it in the wild, it's fine, as long as it doesn't prick your skin, and he paused. If you encounter any strange herbs in the wild, bring them back for me to identify. I might discover their uses. For example, wuchi grass is currently being studied for some of its applications. And there's the ask, buried at the bottom of a safety announcement. You just turned 600 people who walk through a jungle every single day into a collection network. Every hunter, every gatherer, every patrol, now they're all bringing him samples. You can't go outside, so he just made the outside come to him. That's the play. That's been the play since he saw the 50-meter limit on exploration and realized his legs were the bottleneck. And nobody in that square heard a strategy. They heard a nice man offering to help, and both of those are true. I'll give these grasses to the chieftain in a moment, and then we can put them out, so everyone can carefully identify their appearance. And he handed the 3 herbs to Kui, and ignored the excited shouting coming off the crowd, and slipped directly behind Jiao. L.O.L. Man finished the most important speech in this tribe's history and immediately hid behind a panther. And he was so nervous, because the only time he's ever been stared at by a crowd since he was a child was introducing himself at school, and that number does not compare to this. You estimated there were probably 800 or 900 people down there, and he reached back and touched his own back, which was probably covered in sweat. 800 or 900. Buddy, it's 600. Panic does the multiplication for you. Every man who has ever done public speaking just felt that in his spine. And he handed everything after that to Kui, and Jiao led him off the stage. And the second he stepped down, a lot of people warmly surrounded him. And Lin Jinyuan clung tightly to Jiao, smiling, responding. And Jiao led him outside, separating him from the enthusiastic crowd. Panther as a crowd barrier. Man has a 4-meter apex predator functioning as personal security at a meet and greet. And what finally saved him was Kui having someone bring over a big flat stone and laying the 3 herbs on it and telling everyone they could look. And that dragged the crowd's attention away. Now everyone can come up and carefully identify the herbs. You are only allowed to look, not touch. I will have people guarding it. The herbs will only be on display for 3 days. People from the hunting team and patrol team have priority. Hurry up and identify them, and keep an eye out when you go out tomorrow. 3 grass stalks, on a rock, under guard, with a viewing schedule and priority admission. That's a museum. They built a museum, in 4 minutes, for weeds. And you can laugh, but understand what that rock actually is. That's the first library this tribe has ever had. No writing, no shaman. Just 3 stalks on a stone and 600 people filing past to burn the shape into their heads. Because in a world with no books, your memory is the only page there is. And it's only up for 3 days, because after that, it goes back to being medicine. And once they got clear of the crowd, Lin Jinyuan patted his own chest. They were so incredibly hospitable. Because you did something really impressive. Everyone likes you a lot. And Jiao looked at him with a smile in his eyes. Everyone likes you a lot. 6 days ago, this man was a burden being carried down a tree who apologized for existing. And back in the room, random quest, promote 3 herbs, completed. The host gains energy, which can be used to increase energy levels. Please check the details yourself. And he opened the energy storage, and the misty gas inside had increased, slightly. And it was still not enough for him to go shopping at the mall. Slightly. Man saved a life, taught 600 people medicine, founded a museum, and dismantled a knowledge monopoly. And the machine gave him a slightly bigger fart of glitter. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. And as the space closed, he sat there thinking about wuchi grass and how to discover new herbs. Because the herbs in this world are much more effective than he had imagined. And saving Bo today was a last resort. You wasn't even sure he could save Bo, not until Bo was out of danger. Fortunately, the 2 herbs were very effective. Excuse me? Excuse me? The man who ran that whole rescue like a trauma surgeon, hands steady, orders clean, scanner up, timing the swallow, was not sure it would work. You was guessing. You was guessing the entire time, in front of 600 people, with a man's artery in his hands, and not one person in that square could tell. Fortunately, the two herbs were very effective. Buddy. Fortunately? And the next morning, he took the leftover wuchi grass and asked Mingyi for a stone bowl and a wooden stick to use as a pestle. And Mingyi looked at him disapprovingly and insisted he wait for Xuan before he touches the wuchi grass. And Lin Jinyuan could not talk him out of it. Denied. Man cured death yesterday afternoon, and today he can't get a bowl? House rules are house rules. So he went and looked through the Encyclopedia of the Beast. World Continent instead. The 10-year read, because he's been benched. And when Jiao got back, he found Lin Jinyuan sitting at the door, staring blankly ahead. What are you thinking about? And he came over and waved a hand at him. And Lin Jinyuan snapped out of it, and saw Jiao was back, and got excited, and jumped up, and hugged Jiao tightly. You're finally back! And Jiao was taken aback by this enthusiastic attitude, and stood there completely at a loss, and let go of the small wild animal he'd brought back, and it ran away in a frenzy. Ha, look at him, look at him. Man got hugged and his hands just opened. Full system reboot, motor functions offline, drop the groceries. In a world where the groceries have legs. Quick, catch them back, they're very useful. And Lin Jinyuan let go of Jiao, and saw that he still wasn't reacting, and patted him twice, and went after them himself. Patted him twice, like restarting a router. And Jiao could not possibly let a sub-beast hunt wild animals, not even small ones, so he immediately took action and caught the scattered animals. And there's the reboot. Nothing brings a beastman back online like watching a noodle try to tackle wildlife. Man went from blue-screened to full predator in half a second, and the trigger wasn't the escaping dinner. It was Lin Jinyuan chasing it. And Mingyi peeked out at the noise, and retreated back inside. Well, you don't need to worry too much about young people's affairs. As long as they get along well, that's fine. Sir, your son is doing wildlife control in the front yard because he short-circuited over a hug, and your read on that situation is, young love, none of my business. Man saw a medical emergency in the square yesterday and mounted a Panther in 1 second flat. Sees this and goes back inside. Different emergency, different protocol. Ask me what a man builds when they finally give him the bowl. And after a quick lunch, Jiao got ready to go back to the house, and Lin Jinyuan stood there, holding the wuzi grass and the medicine-pounding tools, and just looked at Mingyi, intently. And Mingyi waved his hand, helplessly. Go ahead, be careful. And Lin Jinyuan happily followed Jiao out. Man didn't argue, man didn't negotiate, man stood there, holding his equipment and stared until permission happened. That's the same technique used by every dog that has ever gotten a walk. Jiao, what weapons do you usually use? And he said it cheerfully, trotting along behind him. Weapons? We orcs don't use weapons. Our teeth and claws are our best weapons. And Jiao looked at him, puzzled. So when you transform into human form to fight and hunt, you just go straight in without anything? Why would we use humanoids to fight and hunt? We just use beast forms directly. And that stumped Lin Jinyuan. Yeah, that's a fair rhetorical. Why would I use the hands when I have the 400 kilos of teeth? Oh, right. The orc's beast form is the best weapon. No, wait. There's also the sub-beast. The sub-beast doesn't have a beast form, but sub-beasts don't have a beast form. Without weapons, we have no way to protect ourselves. And Jiao paused, and turned to look at him, and his eyes showed concern, again. And Lin Jinyuan was taken aback. What is Jiao imagining now? You imagined I was underage before. What's he thinking this time? We will protect you. If we can't protect you, sub-beasts are useless beastmen. And Jiao said it seriously. Oh, buddy, hear what he actually said, because that sentence has a flaw in it. It's not, we'd never let anything happen to you. It's, if we fail at this, then what are sub-beasts even for? That's not confidence. That's the entire justification of half his society resting on one job. And this boy watched that job fail. Once. Comprehensively. In a settlement full of the best men this tribe ever had. 200 people. And a pile of sub-beasts and cubs in the middle of it. And Lin Jinyuan walked straight into it. That's not how it is. Even if you're very strong and can block all dangers, we're not the same person after all. There will inevitably be times when we're separated. What if danger happens when you're not around? We'll have no power to resist, at all. And halfway through that sentence he realized what he was saying, and immediately shut his mouth, and glanced at Jiao, cautiously. Oh no. Oh, buddy, no. You just described Yue. You just described a cub at home with a cold, and one adult who stayed with him, and a beast in the doorway, and no power to resist. At all. You said it to the 8-year-old who came back through a battle to find out, and Jiao stared at him, without saying a word, and his eyes were full of sadness, and Lin Jinyuan scrambled. Sorry, I'm not. You're right. And Jiao said it before Lin Jinyuan could even finish. 2 words, 10 years. No argument, no flinch. No, don't talk about that. You're right, because he already knew. Yu's known since he was 8 years old, with his face in his brother's fur. Nobody ever built the answer. They just built better warriors and hoped the distance stayed small. So this is what you want to make from this grass? A weapon? And he looked at the wuzi grass in Lin Jinyuan's hand, and remembered what Lin Jinyuan had said it does, and understood exactly what he wanted to do. And there's the boy. Everybody in this tribe has been looking at that grass for 2 days and seeing a poison. You looked at it for 2 seconds and saw an equalizer. Yes, if you apply the herb juice to a knife, then you can simply break the skin with the knife. And the toxins will quickly enter the body and subdue the enemy. And watch Jiao's brain switch on. In that case, we need something quite sharp. A stone knife might not be suitable. It would take too long to sharpen it enough to easily pierce the skin of a wild animal, and it wears out easily. And he started seriously considering suitable weapon materials. Man went from what's a weapon to materials engineering in one conversation. Yu's not humoring the guy. Yu's solving the tooling problem. Because if this works, then the next time a sub-beast is alone in a room with something, the sub-beast has a move. And there is a reason this specific boy wants that to exist so badly he's already picking metals. No rush. We need to test the medicinal properties first. If a lot of herbal juice is required to take effect, then there's no point applying it to a weapon at all. And Jiao nodded to show he understood. Correct. Because a blade with a coating that needs a cupful to work is just a blade with wet grass on it. Everything depends on the dose, which is why there are 4 terrified animals tied up at the construction site. And they got to the site, where Lei and Shi were already waiting, and after a brief greeting, Jiao took them back to building the house, and the few small wild animals he'd brought were bound with vines, and unable to move. And Lin Jinyuan squatted off to one side and put the wuzi grass into the stone bowl and crushed it, until it was near perfect, and then dipped a small wooden stick in the juice, and walked toward the beasts. And Jiao had been watching him the entire time, and the second he saw him heading for the animals, he turned and said something to Shi and walked straight over. Give it to me. Tell me what you're planning to do, and I'll take care of it. And he held out his hand. Man was laying stone with his back turned and still had a tracking lock on the sub-beast. And Lin Jinyuan glanced at the animals, the smallest of which was as big as a large dog, and decisively handed the stick over. Let Jiao go. Although they're all tied up and can't move, what if something happens? This isn't something I can subdue with my bare hands. 0 ego. None. Not a gram. Man's the chief scientist and he handed the pipette to the muscle without a word of protest because he did the math and the math said I would lose a fight with a medium dog. Apply the herbal juice to their wounds and see how it goes. Be careful not to get it on yourself. Okay. I'll be careful. And the animals had wounds on them from being caught. And when Jiao came at them with a small stick, they started struggling and making threatening noises at him. A 4-meter panther is approaching with a twig, and they're losing their minds. Correctly, as it turns out. And Shi had stopped what he was doing and was watching, and Jiao applied the juice to the wounds of each animal, and then carefully observed. And Lin Jinyuan walked over and stared too. Can the system keep track of time? A stacked of host. Price. And there it is. Man just turned a divine artifact into a stopwatch. The thing that engineered his death and rerouted his soul across worlds is now, officially, the timekeeper for a small mammal pharmacology trial. A suitable host. Buddy, you sound so proud. And the struggling gradually subsided, and the smallest one closed its eyes and went completely still. And the others stopped moving one after another, by size. And the largest, about the size of a bull, lasted the longest, and even that didn't exceed a minute. Under a minute. Bull-sized, under a minute, and it dropped in order of body mass, which means the dose scales, which means it's predictable, which means you can build with it. Lin Jinyuan didn't just get a result, you got a curve, and the medicinal effect was too strong. And Lin Jinyuan was a little surprised, because this was only a small amount of juice, obtained by dipping a stick about the thickness of a chopstick. And Jiao was shocked too, looking at that little wooden stick in his hand in disbelief. Look at his face. Man's holding a twig that just switched off a bull. Yesterday, that stick was a stick. And she and Lei ran over, and she asked softly, "Are they dead? What did you paint on them?" And Lei leaned in close and sniffed one before speaking. "Are not dead, but they've all passed out." Sniffed it. Man's nose is the diagnostic equipment. Leaned down, took a whiff, delivered the verdict. "Remember, Lei. Remember this exact energy. It's about to matter in roughly 40 seconds. It's the juice from crushed wuxi grass. I only used a little bit." And Jiao held out his hand to show she the damp part on the stick. "The medicinal properties are very strong," she said, with certainty. "Can they wake up?" And Lei walked back over to Jiao. "They will wake up, but I don't know how long it'll take. This is also the first time I've used this kind of herb." And Lin Jinyuan's expression was unusually serious. "If we could use this herb juice for hunting, things would be much easier for us." And she looked at Jiao, with a hint of excitement in his voice. She, the quiet one, the one who's been nodding all week because his father broke open in the square. And that's what put a spark back in his voice. Not comfort, not condolences, a tool. "This is just a small beast. We don't know how effective it'll be against large beasts." And Lin Jinyuan looked down into the stone bowl. "I'll try it with a large wild beast." And Jiao looked at him. "I'll find one for you to try it with." Casually, Man just volunteered to go find something enormous and horrifying, catch it alive, and drag it home so his weird friend can poke it with a stick. Tuesday, and the four of them waited around the unconscious animals. And after about an hour, the largest one's eyelids twitched. "It's about to wake up!" And Lin Jinyuan pointed excitedly. And 4 sets of eyes locked onto that beast. And after a while, it opened its eyes, and sensed the gazes all around it, and immediately started struggling, and still looked very weak. Imagine waking up from the worst nap of your life, and the first thing you see is 4 faces 2 inches away, absolutely delighted. Genuinely the most horrifying moment in this animal's entire existence, and it didn't even involve the poison. And as the effects wore off, the struggling got more and more violent, and the other animals gradually woke up, letting out threatening cries. They're all awake, and they look no different than before. And Lei leaned in close to examine one. No after effects, full recovery. Bull size to unconscious in under a minute, and back to normal in an hour. That's not a poison anymore. That's a procedure. I wonder if it will work on ORCS. And she rummaged through the bits of grass in the bowl. "Why don't you try it and see?" And Lei casually snatched the stone bowl and smelled it. "It smells pretty good." And then he licked it. No, 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 no. "Moo!" And she didn't even have time to react, and Jiao didn't have time to stop him. "This bear is too reckless," Lin Jinyuan roared inwardly. "This bear is too reckless." "Sir, your colleague just drank the anesthetic, off a dare. That wasn't even directed at him." She said, "I wonder if it works on orcs," as a thought, as amusing, as an idle scientific curiosity. And Lei heard, "I wonder," and treated it as a work order. And Lei took quite a few sips, and soon he couldn't hold the stone bowl anymore, and his whole body began to sway. "I have no strength left, and my body feels like it's not obeying my commands." Buddy, that's the label. That's literally the label. The man read you the exact list of symptoms in the town square in front of 600 people 2 days ago, and you have just achieved every single one of them on purpose, one after another, in order. Full marks. Perfect reproduction of the results. And Jiao immediately rushed over to support him, and sure caught the stone bowl before it hit the ground. And Lin Jinyuan ran over to comfort him. Note the triage. Panther takes the man, leopard takes the bowl, because the bowl is the research. And the scientist runs over to comfort the idiot. It's all right. Eating it has the same effect as applying it to a wound. It won't be life-threatening. It'll just make you sleep. But you ate a bit too much, so you might sleep for a while. And hearing that, Jiao and Shi were relieved. And by that point, Lei's eyes were already closed, and his breathing was even, looking as if he was asleep. And Jiao put Lei down on the ground and rubbed his forehead. Lei is too reckless. That's the sound of a man who has known Lei for approximately his entire life. That is not a surprised forehead rub. That's a routine forehead rub. Yes, thankfully it was just wuxi grass this time, and not a highly poisonous herb. We'll have to give him a good talking to when he wakes up. I'm gonna beat him up when he wakes up. And Shi angrily raised his fist, because if it had been a highly poisonous herb, he would be dead. And there's the thing. She's not angry that Lei ruined the experiment. She is angry because Lei just demonstrated, live, that he would drink anything on the ground with a nice smell. And this tribe has 200 people in the dirt already. Xi's father dug 10 of those holes with his hands. Man raised a fist because he cannot survive watching one more person die of something stupid. And with no other option, the three of them could only stay by Lei's side while he was out, none of them daring to leave. And Jiao looked up at the house that was only half built and realized they probably weren't going to finish much today. They'd originally planned 4 days. Now it has to be postponed by 1. One man's snack cost this project 25% of its schedule. Somewhere in that tribe there's an invisible Gantt chart, and Lei just put a licking-shaped hole in it. Unfortunately, beastmen are physically strong, and although Lei's lick was more than what went on the animals, he still woke up in about an hour. And seeing his eyes open, the three of them immediately leaned over. "You're awake! Are you all right?" In unison, and Lei moved his lips, and made a sound as faint as a mosquito's buzz, and Lin Jinyuan had to lean all the way in to hear it. "I still don't have the strength," absolutely destroyed. 400 kilos of black bear reduced to a whisper by a sip of grass. It's all right. You'll be fine after resting a bit more." And here's what Lin Jinyuan was thinking while he said that. Lei's beast form is a big black bear, and Lin Jinyuan had initially assumed he was just a simple-minded beast form, and hadn't expected him to be genuinely simple-minded, both simple-minded and reckless. Ha! Man assumed Big Dumb Bear was a joke about the animal. Turns out it was a spec sheet, and the group sat there a while longer, and Lei slowly got his strength back and propped himself up to sit. "Lei, how do you feel?" And Jiao reached over to help him sit up, and Lei scratched his head, recalling it. "I suddenly felt weak, couldn't feel my body, felt dizzy, and then I didn't know anything. When I woke up, my mind was blank, and I didn't know what had happened to me. I just felt weak all over. It took a while before I slowly felt better," and he explained it in great detail. And here's where the joke turns into the whole point, because that idiot just gave them the one thing 4 unconscious animals could not, a report. Couldn't feel my body, didn't know anything, woke up with a blank mind, no after effects. The animals proved it works. Lei proved what it feels like. Dose, onset, duration, recovery, and a first-person account of unconsciousness from a volunteer. A volunteer who did it because it smelled nice. Worst lab assistant in this world, best data in it. And Jiao turned and looked at Lin Jinyuan, eyes asking for his opinion. And Lin Jinyuan thought for a moment, and then said the word. "This should be a powerful version of the anesthetic." "Anesthetic? What's that?" And Jiao was puzzled by the unfamiliar term. Stop right there. What's that? You doesn't have the word. There is no word in this entire language for the thing that makes pain stop, because it has never existed here. Not once. Not for anybody. Not for a birth, not for a broken leg, not for a wound down to the bone, in a square full of people holding you down. Every single person on this continent who has ever been treated for anything was awake for it, and a man just crushed some weeds in a bowl and casually named the thing they've never had. And Lin Jinyuan, of course, panicked. "Oh, this refers to the juice extracted from wuzi grass. To put it another way, it can make you feel numb and weak all over, like you're drunk." And he casually made that up on the spot. What is being drunk? And she became interested too. Lol, look at him. Man dug himself out of one hole using a word from a second hole. No anesthetic. And no alcohol. You standing in a world with no medicine and no booze, trying to explain medicine using booze to 2 beastmen who now want to know about the booze. Every time this man opens his mouth to cover a gap, he digs a new one. And every single one of those gaps is a thing he could build. Ask me what a man does when the whole world is a list of things that don't exist yet. It's just alcohol. Well, it's hard to explain now. You'll understand once we make it, and you can try it. And on hearing that it was food, 3 sets of orc eyes lit up. Something they'd never heard of before. Edible. Sir, you said the word make in front of predators. And Lin Jinyuan, seeing their reaction, quietly moved back a little. Okay, I'll write this down in my little notebook and try it when I get the chance. You has no notebook. There is no paper on this continent. There is no writing on this continent. You has been in this world for a week. And the man said, my little notebook, out of sheer office worker reflex. Also, congratulations, buddy. You just promised booze to a bear who drinks unidentified fluids off the ground. That's going to go great. And after all that commotion, more than half the afternoon was gone, and Jiao looked at the sun and called the other two back. Let's go, back to work. We can still put in a little longer. And the three of them worked, and Lin Jinyuan looked at the several tied-up beasts baring their teeth at him, and felt somewhat worried. The wild animals in this world are just too big, and too wild. If we can't find suitable ones, then the plan to keep them in captivity falls through. Whoa, back up. The plan to keep them in captivity? The plan. It's not an idea, it's not a maybe, it's a plan, and it's already far enough along that he's evaluating candidate species and running into a hardware problem. Man is trying to invent livestock. In a world where meat means somebody goes out and fights it, and the bottleneck isn't the pen or the feed, it's that every animal on this continent is the size of a car and would like to eat his face. Domestication. Week 1. And he sat there, pondering exactly where to start developing this tribe. And before he knew it, the sun was nearly down. And after work, Jiao divided up the wild animals and let Lei take some home. And Lei did not stand on ceremony. Payment in meat. 2 guys spent their whole day hauling stone for a stranger's house, and one of them spent a chunk of it unconscious, and they walked home with dinner and 0 complaints. And when Mingyi got home, he already had dinner ready. And after eating, everybody went back to their rooms without chatting. And not long after, Jiao appeared at Lin Jinyuan's door and asked softly, "May I come inside?" "Come in." Why is he coming to see me again? We literally just parted ways. And Jiao lifted the bee-skin curtain and walked in holding a curved object, about half a meter long. Is something the matter? What is that? The bone spikes on the tail of the thorn bear are the hardest and sharpest weapons there are, capable of easily splitting rocks, and he handed it over. I've been thinking about it. Stone knives wear out easily and take a long time to make, and they're too heavy for you. The thorns of the thorn beast might meet your requirements. What do you think? Hold on. They had that conversation this morning, walking to the construction site, in passing. One line about how a stone knife wouldn't hold an edge, and the boy spent his entire day laying foundations and babysitting a poisoned bear, and somewhere in there he went and solved it. And they're also too heavy for you is the part that gets me. You didn't find the best weapon. You found the best weapon that Lin Jinyuan's noodle arms can actually lift. Man ran the spec against the user. And Lin Jinyuan's eyes went wide, because he did not expect Jiao to find a suitable weapon that fast. And he took it, and felt the cool of it, and looked closely, and the bone spur was black all over, with a curved blade-like shape running up from the tip, ending 15 centimeters from the base, just enough to hold in his hand. A natural scimitar. A natural scimitar, grown, on an animal, with a factory-issue grip at the bottom. 15 centimeters of blank bone that just happens to be exactly the size of a human fist. This world has been walking around with free swords attached to its wildlife for its entire existence, and nobody has ever picked one up. Because why would you? You've got teeth. And with a little protection on the handle, he can use it. And he bounced it in his hand and found the weight was just right. Excellent! Perfectly suited. And he waved it around, touching it with obvious affection. I'm glad you like it. And Jiao said it with a smile, watching him hold that thing and refuse to let go. Man's watching him fondle a bone knife like a kid on Christmas and just standing there, pleased. Best gift anybody's ever gotten in this tribe, and it came off a corpse. And Lin Jinyuan took out a small piece of bee skin and dipped it in the wootsy grass juice and carefully smeared it along the blade, and sighed in amazement. I wish I could have a chance to test its power. Do you want to go out and give it a try? Wait. Can you take me out of the tribe? And it came out of Lin Jinyuan before Jiao even finished the sentence, and he wasn't looking at the knife in his hand anymore. Yu was staring straight at Jiao, and Jiao saw that look, and raised an eyebrow, somewhat smug. Yes, you can leave the tribe. But you can only explore the patrol zone. Smug. Man's been holding that card since the moment he walked in, and he knew it was going to land like that. Gave him the knife first, then offered the door. That's not a favor, that's a setup. Now? Let's go! And Lin Jinyuan was very happy, because Mingyi's gathering team collects in the patrol zone every day. And Mingyi didn't take him, told him to rest well and go after the house is built and everything's on track. And he's been craving that patrol zone like crazy, and he's already wasted 2 days of exploration. So he is determined to burn his charges before midnight tonight. Ha! There it is. There's the real reason. It's not the knife. It's not the adventure. Man has a daily reset mechanic, and it has been expiring unused for 2 days, and it is eating him alive. Every gamer alive just felt that in their chest. 50 meters of scan range, 20 minutes a day, and he's been sitting in a settlement he's already mapped, watching the counter tick over at midnight like a man watching money burn. We have to wait until adoptive father is asleep before we go. Otherwise, he won't agree to let me take you out tonight. And Jiao lowered his voice. Keep your voice down. Don't let adoptive father hear us. Oh my God, they're sneaking out. The chieftain's son, the tribe's newest hero, 2 grown adults, are sneaking out of the house because dad said no. And Lin Jinyuan immediately clapped his hand over his own mouth and nodded and glanced at the door. And Jiao couldn't help but laugh at that and immediately got a hand over his mouth. Shh. And Lin Jinyuan's hand had already moved from his own face to Jiao's. Man muzzled a panther with his little sub-beast hand, and the panther stopped. And Jiao paused for a moment, and then immediately stopped smiling and nodded to Lin Jinyuan, indicating that he would not make a sound. Paused for a moment. Yeah, you did. Man went completely offline for a second there, and came back with full compliance. Second reboot in 1 day, same cause. And Lin Jinyuan withdrew his hand and asked in a low voice, "When will Mingyi rest?" And he was anxious. What if he doesn't sleep till very late? Wouldn't all my exploration today be wasted? And if it's too late, my sleepiness debuff kicks in. The debuff. Man's running a stealth mission against a hard curfew imposed by his own stat sheet. Somewhere out there, a god is watching its chosen host time a jailbreak around his own bedtime. Tomorrow, the gathering team is led by adoptive father, so we have to leave very early. I guess he'll be asleep soon. And Jiao walked to the wall and pressed his face against it, listening to the sounds from next door. And with his back to Lin Jinyuan, he gently touched his own lips, with one finger. Oh, buddy. With his back turned, face against the wall, pretending to listen for his dad, man is not surveilling that bedroom. Man is having a moment. And he turned around first so nobody would see it. It's very quiet. Let's wait a little longer. And Lin Jinyuan nodded and obediently sat on the bed, waiting for Jiao to announce the departure. Obediently sat on the bed, completely oblivious, total blackout, 0% signal received. Man clocked a divine conspiracy from 3 separate clues last night, and he cannot read a room to save his life. And about half an hour later, Jiao suddenly stood up, and Lin Jinyuan immediately looked at him, expectantly. Let's go. And that's where we leave them. 2 idiots in the dark, tiptoeing past a sleeping man who told them not to, going out through a wall that has never protected anybody. And look at what he's carrying. A bone off a monster, ground to a scimitar, wet with a poison he invented this afternoon. A machine in his skull that will scan 50 meters of jungle for 20 minutes and then go dark. And a panther who has agreed to take him past the only line that has ever kept him alive. And now put that against the man in the tree. 7 days ago, screaming, in a language nobody spoke, 20 meters up, clinging to a vine because his hands wouldn't open, waiting to die of a brick and a car in a world that had never heard of him. Couldn't lift a rock, couldn't say his own name without confusing people, owed a machine a debt he could not pay, and in 7 days he has killed nothing, lifted nothing, and won nothing. And this tribe has a museum, a medicine, a doctor, a word for the thing that stops pain, and a man on the ground breathing who should be in the dirt. And here's what I want you to remember while they sneak out that door. You asked the machine one question last night that it never answered. Why don't you just bind yourself to Jiao directly? And it said nothing. And it did not deny a single word of the rest. Not the shield, not the silence in that jungle, not the fact that every set of teeth for a kilometer heard nothing, and one boy heard everything. It shielded him once, in a tree, to get him found. And the boy who found him is about to walk him out past the wall, at night, off the books, with nobody awake who knows where they went. And the machine that arranged all of this has never once said what it wants with Jiao. It just promised it wouldn't hurt the tribe. And Lin Jinyuan believed it, because he owes it his life, and he does not do free. Ask me what that debt costs when it finally comes due.